Good morning, everyone. Whoops, we're going to go ahead and get started. I understand today, is the first day of school in Sioux Falls. And if the first day of school in Sioux Falls is anything like the first day of school in Cheyenne for me, which is going to be tomorrow, I suspect we'll have a lot of people coming in a little bit later, but we're going to go ahead and get started. We have a very tight program, so we wanted to go ahead and get started so we have plenty of time for our wonderful speakers to go through their presentations. I guess I should introduce myself. I'm the lady in the bright dress, and my name is Cheryl Riley. I'm the state president for at&t in the Northern Plains. And on behalf of at&t and SDN Communications and the South Dakota Chamber of Commerce, I want to welcome all of you here to our second South Dakota Technology Showcase. It's a really exciting time for us. Last year, we came with our partners, SDN and the Chamber, and we said, you know, there's a lot of really great stuff going on in South Dakota in terms of technology, and we need to create a venue to talk about those great things going on. Technology is not just centered in Silicon Valley. It's all over, and I think when you leave here today, you're going to realize how many great innovations are going on in this great state. We have a great program. We have a very tight program, so I'm going to play traffic cop, and that's again why the bright dress, so everybody knows where I am, so you know, you get that. We've divided it up into different segments. We're going to explore education and technology with a focus on workforce development. Our next panel we're going to hear from is going to be on cybersecurity, including an overview of the threats that are out there, which is obviously a big thing in our news right now. We're going to talk about the dark web and the vital need to have secure networks for public safety. And then our last panel, we're going to have talk about technology impacting areas such as agriculture, transportation, and business. I encourage all of you to ask questions of these subject matter experts who are going to be in the room. Let's continue the conversation. This is an opportunity to showcase what's going on, but it's also an opportunity to figure out a path forward to continue these great innovations in our state. So please ask the questions, and let's keep the conversation going well after today. During today's session, you'll see our hashtag SD Tech Showcase, so if you're into Twitter, please tweet away. I think I've already done one today. I'm so proud of myself. I'd like to take a minute to thank the team that's instrumental in putting this together, because honestly, without these folks, I can tell you that none of us would be in the room today. So I'd like to thank Vernon Brown and Nikki Grunley from SDN Communications. If you'd stand up, please. And I'd also like to thank Marianne Boyd from the South Dakota Chamber. Marianne, thank you so much for all your work. If you haven't already done so, there is a bowl out on the front table we have a couple of tablets to give away, and we'll announce those winners during lunch. So please drop your business card into that. So good luck on that. And speaking of luck, we are very fortunate. We will have Senator John Thune speaking to us later in the program, and we're so excited to have him. He's going to be talking about things going on in Washington, D.C., and just to talk about how he continues to champion for our state, as well as pro-growth policies that will further these innovations that we're going to talk about today. And one thing we're really, really excited about this time, we did not do this last year, but we have some amazing demonstrations that are not only going to be in the room, but we have the whole parking lot set aside for some just incredible demonstrations. So after the speaking program at 1 o'clock, we will have a break during the program so you can visit some of the exhibits inside the room. And then after 1 o'clock, the demonstrations will be out in the parking lot until 3 o'clock. We have flying cows. I'll let you figure out what that is. We have drones. We have some futuristic ag equipment. We have some really, really interesting, impressive stuff that will be out in the parking lot. And these companies and individuals went to a lot of time and effort to get them here. So please, let's make sure we visit those after the program is over. Okay, so we have a lot to cover, so we're going to jump right in. I'm going to introduce our panelists for our education and technology. First, we have Dr. Ashley Podorotsky, and she is an associate professor of digital forensics and information assurance at Dakota State, and she's going to discuss CyberSecurity, which is an initiative to encourage women tech leaders. We are also very fortunate to have Dakota State President Dr. Jose Marie Griffiths to talk about Mad Labs. And I know there's a lot of exciting things going on with that program right now. And finally, with all the smart young people coming out of places like Dakota State, it's important that businesses utilize that brain power. So to tell us how 3N Company is developing its high-tech workforce, we have Dan Gary and Rebecca Jareva to talk about that. So I'm going to go ahead and start it off with Dr. Podolsky. Thanks.
Thank you for the introduction. Today I am here to talk about some initiatives that we're doing with women in cybersecurity. We know that we have a human capital need. All of the companies here today probably have openings and you're looking for specific talent that you're having a hard time filling. And so with that human capital demand that we're having, we have an untapped resource that we need to make sure that we go after. Currently, women are only 13% of the cybersecurity workforce, and we need to do different things to help engage that community. So I'm going to share what we're doing right now at Dakota State University. CyberHer has a mission to empower and motivate and educate girls in cybersecurity. The biggest area here that I would like you to focus on is perception. We have a little bit of a perception problem. If I asked you to explain what a cybersecurity professional looked like, you might envision a nerdy guy with glasses. That's what research shows that people envision. And we're a lot more than that. Cybersecurity encompasses people from the extremely technical area of red teams, digital forensics, offensive security, all the way up to the management levels. You know, cybersecurity is an area that everyone has an impact, and we need to help change that perception. And so that is what we're doing at Dakota State. So we have our CyberHer program that has 6 different areas. We have cyber seconds, minutes, hours, days, together, and camp. Now, our CyberHer seconds are different iterations. They're constant connections that we're using to keep engaged with our community. And they are tweets, they are snaps, they are posts, they're emails. They're ways for us to go out and share upcoming events, to show what's happening in this industry, and just stay in contact with the different events that we're doing. And so right here we can see some examples of news stories that we tweet out, some different pictures from events that we have done. And so that's our way to stay that connection, keep that connection with the girls that we have impacted or gotten in front of, or those that we haven't gotten in front of at all, but yet follow us on our social media in order to ensure that they can keep up on all the events that are happening in cybersecurity. Now, our next 2 areas of CyberHer, our minutes and our hours, are areas that we have yet to fully develop because we are pursuing formal funding. So it's hard to be something that you can't see, and it's also hard to understand something that you don't know the basics of, and that's the foundation of our CyberHer minutes. As you know, there are a lot of acronyms in this field. We could have an entire conversation with very little words and mostly acronyms. And so what we have for CyberHer minutes, there are 3 to 5 minute videos that help highlight an area of cybersecurity. So whether we're talking about the dark web, or we're talking about digital forensics, we're talking about a red team, we're talking about cryptography. If girls don't understand the basics, it can be intimidating and overwhelming. And so our CyberHer minutes are just short videos that they can gain some knowledge from, so that way they can participate in that conversation. They're not going to stand in the back, they're going to jump forward and understand the topic that's going on. So right now we're wrapping up our final call for funding, so hopefully we're able to announce that soon. And with our CyberHer minutes, there'll be videos, commercial quality videos that are created by women across the country. Now, CyberHer hours are an important part of this field. We know that little boys, they grow up and they want to be a basketball player. They want to be a professional athlete. They would like to be a fireman or a police officer. They want to be things that they can see. And not everyone has an opportunity to see a cybersecurity professional that looks like them. And so what we envision our CyberHer hours, they're leading talks by leading women. So right now we have commitments from several different large organizations, one of which is Facebook. Jen Henley is the global director of security at Facebook, and she's in charge of 1.7 billion user accounts. And she'll create a video that's between 30 and 60 minutes that will highlight her career, what she's done, what she wants to do, and how she got there. So what does her job look like? And so it's really providing that role model that girls can reach out and see. We want little girls to be able to see women that are successful in this area, and they can do that through our Cyber Hours. Now, Cyber Days. We do several of these throughout the year. We just did one a few weeks ago with Code Boot Camp of South Dakota at Journey. And with that, we have the opportunity to spend a day with different demographics. So Cyber Days, we go all the way down to 3-year-olds up to in the 90s. I mean, it doesn't really, we can keep going through different populations, but we do focus on that younger population. In the upper left-hand corner, you can see some college students in the back, and those are cyber students at Dakota State. And so we go out to classrooms. We spend days teaching girls programming on robots, just a lot of different fun things. On the top right, you can see a picture of a preschool. We went to a preschool. We went to 3-year-olds, and we showed them that linear logic that you have to take in programming with different toys. It's called the Codapillar. And so there are different ways that you can engage different age groups, and so that's what we focus on with Cyber Days. You can see girls down in the bottom playing piano with fruit, and that's a lot of fun. And then we introduce a lot of gross things. So cups of Jell-O, cups of pudding, and they're playing the piano or playing Tetris, different input devices with some fun stuff. And so as they're standing there with goo running down their hands, and yes, that's really gross, but they're engaged. They're realizing, hey, this is fun. How did that work? And then we take them to the backside. Well, here's the code that allowed you to go through and play chopsticks with a banana. And so they get engaged and they get excited about that field. And then we have to make it fun. So at a breaker day that we recently did, you can see some girls that have robots that they made out of computer components. So there's a heat sink, there's a processor, and they went through a fan. And they got to do their creative side with it as well. So they learn the tech side, and they get to integrate their creative side, and that helps them stay engaged in this industry. So Cyber Together. Cyber Together was created with the mommy and me, the daddy and me class in mind. We know that if parents are involved, their kids are more likely to integrate or want to get involved in a field. And so we thought about those mommy and me pumpkin painting, swim classes, and thought, well, why can't we do that with cybersecurity? Parents want to see their kids in successful careers, good paying, successful careers with upward mobility, and that allows them to do that. So what we can see here are some events that we've done, some with the Girl Scouts. So we'll go and you see these little blue robots on the ground. They're using Blockly and Scratch. It was developed at MIT in order to program the robots to moonwalk to Michael Jackson. So just a lot of different fun things that they're able to do with technology. So we get them very engaged, and we make sure that they're able to have hands-on with whatever they do and do it right along with their caregiver or parent. So that way they have that connection and they can keep exploring that together. So here's some more pictures of different Cyber Days or together events that we do. We go to libraries. We do a lot of these on the weekends. So the Kirby Science Discovery Center, South Dakota Children's Museum, regional libraries, local libraries, things along those lines. And one of the coolest things that I've seen from this is we see all of these dads that are in the tech field bringing their daughters to learn how to do something new with them. And that is just very, it just makes us very happy to see that, because they're learning right along with their daughters and they're supporting them in this field. So this bottom right-hand picture I really like, because that is a dual DVD player and VCR. If you guys have any of those around. We wanted them just to rip apart technology and not be intimidated by it and see what the components are on the inside. Cyber Camp, this is something that we're probably most well known for, is our NSA, NSF sponsored Gen Cyber Girls and Cybersecurity Camp. And we just wrapped up our 3rd year of camp, and this year we had 120 girls come from 16 different states. That is a lot of demand, and we had over 100 girls on the waiting list. And they spend the entire week on the Dakota State University campus, living in dorms, eating at our cafeteria, and just exploring cybersecurity, programming, networking, and security. And we have a focus of digital forensics in our camp. And our camp, it's the largest girls-only residential camp in the country. We bring in different organizations that focus on cybersecurity and forensics. So right here in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see the FBI's computer and response team van. So they get to go through an entire FBI CART vehicle and meet special agents and digital forensics specialists from the FBI. We also bring in Access Data. They are the leading forensics company in the world. And that organization, they do mobile forensics with our girls. And that really helps serve 2 purposes. They are learning how they can investigate a phone or a device, but they also have that social awareness. Because as they're recovering deleted text messages, as they're recovering deleted Snapchats, we want them to think, maybe I shouldn't have sent that. Maybe I shouldn't have taken that picture. And so we really incorporate that social responsibility factor into everything that we're doing as well. And so our cyber group, our camp, that was our core picture from this year for all 120 students. So with our cyber camp, as I mentioned, it is a week long. They spend a Monday through Friday on the DSU campus, and it is completely free. The girls do not have to pay for anything. The National Security Agency provides a grant every year for them to participate in that event. The camp has been 7th, 8th, and 9th. In this coming year, we're going to go down to 6th, 7th, and 8th. So we're continuously getting into that younger group. So rising 6th, 7th, and 8th grade girls will be our camp population for next year. And we will open our pre-registration in a couple of months, but we've already received dozens of emails of people wanting to get on the list so far. So we will be opening that shortly. Now, Cyber is a combination of different programs that we've been doing for 5 years or longer, and we just gave it a formal name last year. We've had different grants from the National Center for Women in Information Technology, the National Science Foundation, the National Security Agency, American Association of University Women. We've had these small grants that we have done different projects for, but we're bringing it all together. And Pam Rowland is is the second half of that. She wasn't able to be here today since she's teaching, but it is a program that is run by 2 people. So within our Cyber, our seconds, minutes, hours, days together in camp, what that means is since we started counting, and we know in computing and tech people, documentation is something we always think we'll do later, right? So since we've been counting, we've impacted 2,800 girls since January 16 of last year to current. And that's something that we obviously cannot do alone. First, Dakota State University, our president, Jose Marie Griffiths, is very forward-thinking. And we know at a university that going to 3rd grade, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds doesn't matriculate into incoming freshmen very quickly. But fortunately, we have the ability to do these programs to this demographic through our university leadership. Second is SDN. Our first year of camp, we thought we would have 60 girls, and we thought that that was a little bit of a stretch. They asked us, how many girls can you get? And I've been told for many years, girls just aren't interested. And so I thought, well, 60 seems to be a conservative number. I don't like to overpromise and underdeliver. And so within a couple of weeks, we had 180 girls sign up. And so we're panicking. We're like, okay, take it offline. Don't let anyone else register. But SDN said, well, how many do you want at your camp? And we said, well, we could offer a very good camp for 100 girls. And they said, done. And they gave us funds to go from 60 to 100. And so SDN has been a big supporter of what we've been doing. Citibank as well. Citi has provided resources, but also their Women in IT group. So this year they did a cybersecurity sleuth escape room for our girls, and that was a lot of fun. Just like the escape rooms that you see, you get in a room, you have all sorts of technology and clues, and they had to put it together to figure out what events transpired in that situation. So that is an important part of that. And also First Bank and Trust. They have been a sponsor of ours since day one as well. So we can't do this alone, and we thank all of our sponsors and the individuals that have helped us get to where we're at. Now, do you have any questions for me? I answered everything along the way. All right, well, thank you.
Is this yours? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here today. Just had to check which glasses I can wear. I can see the screen, which is good. Okay, well, I'm here today to talk about the Madison Cyber Labs, or the MAD Labs, as we like to call it, at Dakota State University. Being located in Madison, we think we're a little mad, and one of the things we think we're doing, that Ashley is doing and our other faculty are doing, is developing our students with MAD skills that are really needed in the tech workplace today. The Madison Cyber Labs was established, just a little over a year ago as an organizational entity to think about how our faculty expertise can be brought together in clusters of activity. And the idea is to establish a hub of cyber education expertise, innovation. Oh, why did that not come up? I only pressed the one. Excuse me, just a second. See if I can get it. There we are. To establish a hub of cyber education expertise, innovation, and commercialization in South Dakota. And the activities of the labs will actually be multidisciplinary and lead to collaborations across our faculty and also between our faculty and external partners. The goal is to expand South Dakota's present national leadership position in cybersecurity and cyber operations into a dynamic force to advance and accelerate the state's economic prosperity. And the impact of the MAD Labs will be like a gyroscope. I'm a physicist by background, and so I always like to have a little bit of physics, but to keep it simple, the idea of the Madison Cyber Labs is they'll draw to South Dakota an educated and skilled cyber workforce, new students and high-demand professionals, while pushing out into the state research and development and technology transfer into the private sector. So the aim of the Madison Cyber Labs is educational, it's research and development, and it's economic development. And the idea is to grow jobs in South Dakota to make South Dakota really a cyber-forward state with plenty of cyber-related jobs. I should tell you that our newly named Beacom College of Computer and Cyber Sciences is the fastest growing college at Dakota State University. And about half of the students in that college are in computer science, and the other half are in cybersecurity in one area or another. But the graduates of those programs, we lose about 85% of our cybersecurity graduates out of state because the jobs simply aren't here. So the idea was for us to create an environment where our students get expertise in real-world applications, but also so that we can keep our graduates in state and also perhaps re-attract some of our former graduates to come back into the state to work in these labs. I'll talk about the facility in a minute. So the impacts, we believe, of the Madison Cyber Labs is really going to be in terms of economic development, workforce recruitment, retention, and expansion, strategic positioning for South Dakota, and leveraging foundations of activity in South Dakota. So let me go on to the labs themselves. And these were not created by me from a top-down process. The specific laboratories were created by faculty getting together and saying, this is what I do, this is what I do, and this is what we can do together. So just to run down a couple of these, I won't go into detail in all of them, but one of them is the Cyclops Lab. This is for what we call the cyber classified operations. This is the kind of work we do in collaboration with the NSA, and our students who go out to the NSA probably at the end of their sophomore year are getting top secret clearances, and then they come back to Madison and they have no way of leveraging those clearances because there isn't a secure facility for them to work out of. So part of what we are moving towards now is to build a facility that will include a significant secure area for doing high-level classified work. I'll get to that in a minute. The Patriot Lab is another interesting lab. It's the protection and threat research for the Internet of Things, something that we're all concerned about as more and more devices are being developed and connected to the Internet. How can we ensure the security of those devices? How can we ensure the security of the data that's being sent back and forth? And so that lab is focused on the Internet of Things, and as part of that lab, we're looking at advanced networking and telecommunications technologies and thinking forward to the 5G environment. The base lab is the Banking Security Lab. The DigForce Lab, Ashley is the director of that lab, is the digital forensics for the cyber environment. We gave them cute names. That was me. So the faculty have to live with the cute names. We have the IT Living Lab, which is a living lab for our IT services on campus to come up with new ideas and to test them out in the lab environment before it goes out across the whole campus. KHIT is our Center for Advanced Health Information Technologies, so we're doing some interesting things there in terms of the security of health systems, both in hospital settings and in the patient-centered medical home or the aging-in-place environment. The ADAPT Lab is a lab to also expand opportunities for underrepresented population, people with various forms of disability, and the ADAPT Lab is using and developing technologies to improve the capabilities of individuals with different kinds of capabilities to fully engage in the cyber-enabled world. CBAR is the Center for Business Analytics Research, and then we have cyber education and learning technologies. So faculty across our institution are engaged in conducting research, developing partnerships, getting externally sponsored funds to conduct their research. And as those activities grow, we anticipate that we'll be keeping more of our graduates, we'll have jobs for students, and we'll be attracting postdocs and researchers from actually around the country and perhaps around the world to come and work with our faculty, alongside our faculty. And we're already attracting partnerships of people who wish to locate some of their own personnel in with our faculty. So that's all underway. You can see there are two yellow, we call these the combs. This is a honeycomb diagram, so faculty get excited about creating combs. We have two yellow ones, and these are for two institutes. So while the labs are places where we expect to conduct applied research and development, the institutes are really forums for bringing certain groups together. And you've heard about the CybHer, and Ashley and Pam Rowland is the official leader of that particular comb, have developed the CybHer Security Institute, and the kinds of things that you heard Ashley talk about will be proliferated through that institute. We'll be creating more opportunities for these students at different times of year and hopefully expanding our portfolio of activities. And then the Classics Institute is an interesting one because we felt it was important not simply to consider the technological advances and really focus just on the technologies, but it's also important to look at the social and behavioral and economic issues surrounding the use and the implications of the use of technologies, both the use and abuse of technologies. So the Classics Institute has a sort of a long official title. It's the Collaborations for Liberty and Security Strategies for Integrity in a Cyber-Enabled Society. We thought it was appropriate because it involves a lot of our faculty in the College of Arts and Sciences. We have just hired a new director there, Joseph Bottom, and he's just arrived on campus after this presentation was prepared and submitted. But he is already working on developing a curriculum in cyber ethics. He's a philosophy professor. So you can see our aim here with the labs and the institutes is to really involve as many different groups on campus as we possibly can. So now I've said the Mad Labs will create jobs, and we know that every one job generates about 5 in the local community. That's a sort of classic. Already our developments in technology at Dakota State have generated approximately 4.1 additional jobs in Lake County and Madison. But we anticipate that the Madison Cyber Labs, as we build our new facility, which I'll get to in a minute, will add 200 to 300 jobs literally on campus in the research clusters. And that would lead to 1,000 to 1,500 additional jobs in the region. And our vision goes beyond that. As I've mentioned, we are talking to, I think we have about 15 government and corporate entities that are discussing what we're doing, are discussing the capabilities of our new facilities, and they are very, very interested in partnering with us. So as we move into the new year, we will be aggressively bringing those partnerships to fruition. More economic development studies have shown that investments in a regional science or engineering capacity like the Mad Labs has been proven by economists to be the most successful driver of regional economic development. So we'll be doing things in Madison, which we hope will ripple out. We also have a focus on Sioux Falls, so you'll be seeing more of us in Sioux Falls, and we are starting to have conversations with Rapid City. So our intent is that our impact in building this core capability in cybersecurity expertise is going to benefit across the whole state of South Dakota, and we think that's going to be important. So in terms of workforce development, the Madison Cyber Labs will enhance recruitment because it will be in itself an attractor for faculty, students, and researchers who want to have access to leading-edge cybersecurity resources and facilities. It will advance retention so that our graduates, hopefully, more of our graduates will stay in South Dakota. And the jobs added in the Mad Labs and the spin-off companies it'll create will keep these highly trained professionals in the state. And also, it will advance expansion, continuing to increase our ability to provide continuing workforce development for high-paying jobs and leading-edge cybersecurity advancements. So in terms of strategic positioning, we want South Dakota to be known as a cyber leader. We have expertise and national recognition in cyber education. Dakota State has 4 Center of Excellence designations. In cyber defense, we have education and research. Those are the longest held designations. We are one of 16 with a Cyber Operations Center of Excellence designation, 16 in the United States. I think that's just gone up to 22, actually. And then we're one of only 4 in the United States that is a Cyber Defense Consultative Regional Resource Center. And we have a region which we are expected by NSA to support in terms of faculty development and programmatic development across 11 states, from North Dakota down through the state that's south of Nebraska, and over as far as Kentucky. So that whole bit of the Midwest is our territory, and we'll be working on that. And I've just heard that NSA is looking at redrawing some of the boundaries, and we'll probably add Montana and Wyoming to our region for the support that we'll be able to provide. So NSA provides us with resources to this center to allow us to go out and work with community colleges and academic institutions in that region. And then our cyber R&D, we're already in process. We're being successful over the last 2 years in expanding our sponsored research through federal agencies, through the National Science Foundation, and through private philanthropic foundations, and we anticipate that we'll be bringing in and being more successful as we go forward with those kinds of projects. So these are the two areas of expertise that DSU is strengthening at this moment. Now, the Mad Labs facility, we have at the moment no facility to house these research capabilities, so faculty are doing this out of their offices and anywhere else they can find to work. But on Sunday, we've been planning a 40,000 square foot building, and on Sunday we announced that as part of a major gift given to the university from Denny Sanford and Miles and Lisa Beacon, plus a matching gift from the state, I should say a matching grant from the state of South Dakota, we have the resources to build this 40,000 square foot building, and we will start in the ground in the spring as soon as the ground thaws. We're on the final stages of development, design and development. It will consist of two portions, a portion that will be a highly secured facility accredited by NSA at the top level. And then there will be a sort of limited access facility for the unclassified but sometimes confidential or sensitive work. So this is not going to be a building where the public can wander in or students can just wander in and out. It will be limited access, but it will be state-of-the-art. And it will be there are a few of these secure facilities on campuses, but very few. And we believe ours will be one of the larger ones. And it's being designed with input from our NSA colleagues as well. So that, we hope, will be finished by the end of 2018 or early 2019, depending on the thaw. And as soon as we're in, the labs will be able to move in and expand their capabilities to attract researchers to come and work out of that facility. I want to talk a little bit about another piece of workforce development, which is workforce pipeline development. We're working, as you know, you've heard Ashley talk about her K-12 initiatives with young girls. We've been talking about the development of a statewide curriculum in cybersecurity that actually parallels the national guidelines and principles for computer science education K-12. So our proposal recently was to develop a combined cybersecurity and computer science K-12 curriculum, and hopefully have South Dakota be the first state to adopt the cybersecurity curriculum. Within a week of our going to the Regents on that project, I had a call from the National Security Agency saying that Betsy DeVos at the U.S. Department of Education was interested in developing a national K-12 cybersecurity education program and wanted to work through the NSA. The NSA decided they wanted to do this through the regional resource centers, and so they picked 3 resource centers that are based in community colleges and Dakota State University Center. So we now have funding from the U.S. Department of Education to start work on a K-12 cybersecurity curriculum, which we hope will parallel the national curriculum that's already been adopted in many states for computer science. As a result of that, we are working to include this will be a program that eventually will include all students. We believe every student should have some knowledge of cybersecurity. There'll be students that want to focus on cybersecurity as they get into high school and they're thinking about careers. And we also want to have educational components addressed to teachers in the classroom. So while Ashley has told you how she deals with goopy stuff with young people, gross stuff for young kids, I'm always asked, well, what do you think you can teach kindergartners and first graders, etc., about cybersecurity? And, you know, there are things we do. It starts very simply. I'll just show one of these. Passwords are like underwear. Change them regularly. Don't leave them lying around. And don't loan them to anyone. Don't share them. And actually, when I did a similar campaign for college students way back in the late 90s, we also said, the longer the better, which is very appropriate. We were in Michigan. It's quite appropriate for here, too, as long as we do that in the winter. But there are ways to engage young people. There is a national cybersecurity curriculum that starts in first grade in the UK, called Digital Hygiene there, and every student is taught elements of cybersecurity and how to protect their devices and themselves. So our aim then is to have statewide K-12 cyber education. And as I said, our aim would be that we would be one of the first state, if we can, to be the first state to actually adopt that curriculum. One other thing that's happened since I prepared this presentation, let me see what time I have. Oh yes, I have 2 minutes. Is we're looking at the other side of the workforce development pipeline, and we are now working on identifying areas in the IT world and cybersecurity world for apprenticeships. We are focusing now on developing certificates for high schoolers. They'll be able to take courses for dual credit. They'll be able to get a certificate in an area. They'll be able to have an apprenticeship in an area. And we're aiming at Sioux Falls to start this off. And we're aiming with the governor to try and put something in place for late fall so that the apprentices could actually be in the workforce in spring semester, if that's possible. So we're looking at both ends of the pipeline to try and expand the cybersecurity workforce in this state. And with that, I have a minute for questions, if anyone has a question. I can't really see you too well. So. Okay, well with that, I'll be around all day, so if you do have questions, please come up and ask us. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl, and good morning, everyone. In the next, associate and I hope to show why workforce development is so critical to 3M. In particular, we'll discuss why it's so urgent for 3M to develop a workforce with qualified science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and manufacturing workers, both for current employment needs as well as the future. First, however, I'd like to offer a big thank you and appreciation for including 3M Company in this important technology forum and policy conference. So thank you, Senator Thune, at&t, SDN Communications, and the South Dakota Chamber of Commerce and Industries. What I'd like to do is start with an overview of 3M in an effort why it is so important, workforce development of the future is so important to the company. 3M is an innovation company. We find solutions and develop products that enable customer success and improve lives. Our collaborative approach is sustained by a 3M culture that fosters curiosity and creativity. 3M is a science-based company. Our employees leverage the company's 45 technology platforms to uncover new connections between seemingly unrelated technologies that will help customers tackle the challenges they face and find solutions to their problems. At 3M, we call it 3M Science Applied to Life. 3M, of course, is a technology company. Our 2016 research and development spend was $1.6 billion. Now, for perspective, that's just about 6% of sales in terms of R&D investments. Last year, those R&D investments resulted in close to 3,800 new patents worldwide. Finally, 3M is a company with global reach. We have subsidiary countries in more than 70 countries, and we sell our products and solutions into more than 200 countries all over the world. So why did I give this background? What's the meaning of all of this? 3M's human capital, and I underscore that, 3M's human capital, the more than 91,000 employees who work around the world are the backbone of all of these efforts that I've just summarized and the drivers for successful business outcomes. These 3Mers are key to the company remaining competitive in the global marketplace. So with that, let's just talk for a few minutes and provide some context of the workforce development needs in the United States. According to labor experts, developing a future workforce and creating a pipeline of qualified workers is a vitally important issue facing this country. Today's U.S. labor force includes approximately 160 million working adults. Of this number, approximately 10 million workers are in the manufacturing sector. and around 5 million are in engineering, technology, and the science sectors. The Bureau of Labor Statistics further reports that approximately 18 million new workers, replacement workers, must be hired in the next 5 years. Of this number, almost 1.2 million workers will need to have strong educational backgrounds in the STEM areas: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Another 1.7 million manufacturing workers will also need to be hired. So hiring almost 3 million STEM and manufacturing workers, production workers, in the next 5 years requires significant actions, aggressive actions if the United States is to meet the workforce needs of the future. I want to add a caveat, though. Experts say that achieving these hiring goals are complicated by the reality of 3 significant workforce headwinds. Number one, the number of graduates in STEM fields continue to decline. Number two, there's a mounting skills gap of workers prepared to meet manufacturing needs. And number three, the manufacturing workforce, and Becky knows this full well as a human resource manager, is aging, with a large population of our manufacturing workers retiring, about to retire, or retiring in the near future. So let's shift gears a little bit and just look at 3M's interest in current state. As of January 1st of this year, the company's employment level was 91,600 employees worldwide. Of this number, 8,500 are STEM-trained scientists, and more than 38,000 are skilled craft and production employees. This year, 3M expects to hire around 1,500 laboratory, engineering, manufacturing, supply chain, and other STEM-related roles here in the United States. In addition, approximately 2,000 of our 2017 hires are related to skilled craft and apprenticeship programs in our manufacturing facilities. So what does that mean in terms of the current state for 3M? Our manufacturing locations, and as I indicated, Becky will speak to this in depth, our manufacturing locations continue to be challenged with recruiting, hiring, and retaining skilled craft and production workers. On the professional level, our most challenging area has been in the IT and software space. Recruiting talent in specialized laboratory and research fields, primarily PhD level skills, is also a continuing challenge. That's why hiring STEM and manufacturing talent is such a vital human resource issue for the company. So what I'd like to do now is just overview some of the key elements that 3M is doing in hopes of achieving our workforce development efforts. Two overarching objectives drive our efforts to attract and develop future 3M workforce that will make the company more competitive in the global marketplace. Number one, employing workers with a global mindset and change agility. And number two, a workforce with the ability to anticipate future customer needs and develop technologies to meet these needs. I think it's important just to step back for 2 minutes and share with you that underpinning these objectives is the company's belief that diversity and inclusion are key to creating a pipeline of workers who will lead the company, 3M, in the future. The company's goal is to reflect the diversity of our global customers, suppliers, and channel partners. For us, embracing diversity and fostering an inclusive environment creates opportunities for our people, our culture, our customers, and our communities that we work and serve in. So to that end, 3M seeks and values differences in people in a range of areas: thinking, experience, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, physical abilities, faith, personalities, and styles. The different experiences that these folks bring, their experiences and abilities, are what drive our company forward and keep 3M relevant. With that now, let's pivot and look and summarize some of 3M's both external and internal programs relating to workforce development. If I can, to generalize, there are two categories of leadership and workforce development and education programs. 3M Leadership Way is the company's flagship program that cultivates high potential leaders. Leadership Way also has a subset of very important programs that successfully advance the goal of building teams that perform well at all levels and all over the world. 3M also supports a number of external programs, initiatives to give students access to quality education and increase student interest in STEM. Let me just cover a couple of these if I could. Number one, partnering with elementary and secondary schools to build exposure to STEM opportunities, thus encouraging students to have an interest in and pursue and persist in science encouragement programs. Number two, partnering with relevant colleges, universities, and technical institutions to support post-secondary programs that effectively attract, retain, and graduate students. Number three, partnering with schools and teachers on innovative education programs to increase student achievement in STEM, especially in the areas of underrepresented populations, and you referred to that, Doctor. Four, advancing new opportunities for student success in career technical education and bolstering the skilled workforce pipeline through four initiatives. Partnering with customers to generate enthusiasm for skilled trade careers, supporting programs that engage youth in skilled trade pathways, strengthening career and technical education by creating specific training pathways, and finally the fourth subset is advocating stronger worker support through the expansion of financial aid programs. Now, just a minute or two to talk about public-private partnership opportunities and some of the things that we believe could be built on. While progress has been made in the public-private arena, 3M believes that industry and educational institutions can further strengthen partnerships in a number of ways. Extend and improve career and technical education programs. Again, remember, we're talking about the private sector partnering with the public sector. Sharing corporate programs, equipment, and methodologies with educational institutions. Promoting industry-wide recognition of credentialed students who have been awarded degrees from these post-secondary institutions. Increasing corporate involvement at the K-12 level to encourage interest in STEM careers. And again, as I said, particularly among underrepresented populations. And finally, developing partnerships that can be extended to graduate and postgraduate STEM programs. With that, I'd like to close by talking about government policy initiatives and some of the things that we believe are necessary. 3M has always respectfully asked elected officials to consider a number of initiatives that will address the critical workforce development needs of the country. Again, here are just a few of the initiatives that we are working with and hoping can be developed in Congress and at the state level for all of us to consider. Support for robust STEM education programs that will create more capacity. And again, as a reminder, we're talking about this is where government can get involved more than they already are. Obviously, the government is involved. Secondly, support for two-year vocational and technical programs. A greater focus on advanced manufacturing training to create a diverse and highly skilled workforce. Funding for programs that will entice students into the skilled trades area. Increase funding for apprenticeship programs and retraining, and increase focus on programs like Hiring Our Heroes, which focuses on returning U.S. military veterans. And finally, 3M believes it's vitally important to reform federal visa rules so foreign STEM students, those are students who study and graduate in the United States, can stay and work here after receiving their degrees. An important subset of the visa discussion is the need to increase the number of H-1B visas for PhD level scientists and technicians who are outside of the United States, so that our country, the United States, has access to and can tap the best talent worldwide. So with that, thank you for your attention, and thanks again for the sponsorship. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Becky. She will discuss the workforce development needs at the Brookings plant, where she's one of the leaders, as well as our Aberdeen manufacturing plant. Thank you.
3M has proudly operated in South Dakota for more than 46 years. As Dan mentioned, we have 2 manufacturing facilities in the state, one in Brookings and one in Aberdeen. In our Brookings facility, we employ more than 1,000 employees who produce a number of medical products, including surgical drapes and dressing, various medical tapes, biological indicators, as well as food safety products. In our Aberdeen plant, we have 650 workers who work together to produce various respiratory protection products and a variety of tapes, including industrial tapes, medical tapes, and some automotive tapes as well. Each of those plants is regarded as a flagship plant within our company. They earn that reputation for continuously demonstrating the ability to rapidly deploy new technology and efficiently scale up operations. As a result, our Brookings plant received a significant investment from our company earlier this year, and we want those type of investments to continue. In order to do that, though, we need to continue our aggressive focus on workforce development. Within the next 5 years, we anticipate hiring between 700 and 1,100 workers for our two South Dakota plants. These would be production, skilled craft, as well as technical positions. Entry-level production positions require a high school diploma or a GED, and soft skills and problem-solving skills are invaluable. We will also continue to need skilled craft workers who have received technical education in fields such as robotics, mechatronics, electromechanics, automation controls, and even auto and diesel mechanics. Earlier this month, U.S. Labor Secretary Alexander Acosta was in South Dakota. When he addressed the attendees at the Western Governors Association conference, he said, "Many well-paying careers are available to those without a college degree." We agree and want to partner with our industry colleagues as well as local and national government officials to help get that word out. We will also have jobs for those pursuing college degrees in STEM-related fields, such as microbiology, chemistry, mechanical, chemical, industrial, and electrical engineering. We value our partnerships with all of South Dakota's educational institutions, high school, post-secondary, and colleges. We believe partnering with our educational colleagues is critical to helping advance our shared goal of preparing our workers for this, to compete in this global marketplace. Based on a recent report from the South Dakota Secretary of Labor and Regulation, the number of South Dakotans divided by the number of openings equals 0.34. We need more South Dakotans. Attracting and retaining workers is a real issue facing South Dakota as well as other states. And on behalf of 3M, I'd like to thank Senator Thune for keeping this topic at the forefront and for giving us an opportunity to share 3M's perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd really like to thank our panelists. What great information to hear about what's going on at Dakota State, and then hear some real life examples from a South Dakota company. Thank you all very much for being here and sharing this. And again, please continue to talk to these folks today and after we leave here today. Let's keep this conversation going, and thank you all very much. Thanks. We are now going to switch up our format a little bit. We're going to start talking about something that's been in the news a lot lately, and that's cybersecurity, the dark web, which sounds so intriguing, and online threats. To do this, we have a special guest, Jeremy Fugelberg from the Sioux Falls Business Journal and Argus leader. Jeremy's going to introduce our next set of panelists, and it's going to be more of an interactive conversation with Jeremy, and I would encourage all of you to ask questions at the end of the panel. So Jeremy?
Hey everyone, how you doing this morning? There you go. I'm Jeremy Fugelberg. I'm the business journal editor here in Sioux Falls, and it's good to see some familiar faces here. We're definitely switching up a little bit. This is sort of the dark side of the day, talking about threats and problems. So we've got some faces that are probably familiar with you. Mark Schlanta, I believe, is up next. Here's Mark, CEO of SDN. In case you need any introduction to SDN, a regional business-to-business broadband service provider and cybersecurity leader owned by South Dakota's independent telephone companies, and one of our sponsors today, of course. Also, we have James Legg. He's a special agent of South Dakota Division of Criminal Investigation at the Fusion Center. The Fusion Center operates as the state's focal points for the receipt, analysis, gathering, and sharing of threat-related information among federal, state, local, tribal, and private sector partners. And also, we've got Glenn Zimmerman at the end. Glenn Zimmerman is network security operations for FirstNet. FirstNet was authorized by Congress in 2012, has a mission to develop, build, and operate the nationwide broadband network that will equip first responders to save lives and protect U.S. communities through a single communication platform. It'll be interesting to ask about Hurricane Harvey down the road here, too. So if you just want a quick round of applause for our panelists this morning. So the format here is they're going to do about a 10-minute presentation, then we'll have time for questions after, and then keep moving with the day. So first, Mark.
Thank you, Jeremy. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for taking time out of your Monday morning to join us here at the Convention Center, talking about really technology and a developing workforce, and really just topics in technology. As they described, you're going to have an opportunity to go see some examples outside and some examples inside. And this particular panel, as we touched on, we're going to talk a little bit more about security, and I'm going to touch on a couple of cybersecurity pieces. Before I forget, one of the things I just wanted to touch on is we have a report that is out in the lobbies. Perhaps you saw it when you checked in, and if you didn't see it, I'd encourage you to grab one as you exit during the break. But it's our cyber threat landscape, and it's a report from the second quarter. So things that we saw as an organization across the second quarter that our customers and clients saw on their networks. Try to translate that into a variety of cyber threats to help educate others in the role for those different cybersecurity products in your enterprise. So I'm going to touch on really two things when it comes to cybersecurity. First, I'm going to talk a little bit about distributed denial of service attacks and a mitigation platform that we operate on behalf of our enterprise clients, and then talk a little bit about malware, different viruses and botnets and threats that can enter your organization. So what is a distributed denial of service attack? Well, it is a cyber attack, and it's largely a flood of information that comes at your organization. And it could be a flood that is big enough to really stop the flow of information to your organization. So if you're an online retailer, it can shut your website down, as an example. It can really then cease the production of your organization until that cyber attack concludes. A bank, as an example, you can interfere with commerce by keeping individuals and businesses from getting access to their funds through your website. So those are just examples of things that a DDoS attack can do. Our platform runs through a mitigation of those types of attacks. So as an organization, if you are attacked with DDoS or you experience those types of things, what can you be doing to slow down or mitigate those types of attacks? This particular diagram is a fairly simple diagram, but at a high level, the red lines show bad or contaminated traffic, and you see them originating from the small infected computers out on the internet from around the world. This traffic feeds into the internet, and it can be directed at a single IP or a series of IPs that may be in an enterprise's network. And as that traffic hits the firewall at the edge of that enterprise's network, it can overwhelm the firewall, shutting it down, or keeping the good traffic, the green traffic that's in this slide, from getting into the enterprise's organization for appropriate processing. The platform that we operate intercepts that red line, essentially, and diverts that traffic into a scrubber or cleaner, really only keeping the line for the green traffic to continue. A couple of statistics across the the second quarter for 2017. On our platform, we had nearly 600 attacks, over 550 attacks for distributed denial of service attacks. It was an increase over the first quarter, as it outlines. And at a high level, again, in a 100-day quarter, roughly about 6 a day that we were seeing across those. Of course, you see a few more of those. It seems like Fridays are the day we see more of them hitting the network. I think what may interrupt is going into the weekend and causing disruptions for others across the weekend. Again, at a high level, you see that those run not quite an hour, a little over half an hour at 41 minutes. And they can be huge in nature. The largest one we saw in the second quarter, as it outlines here, is 25 gig, but more typically is an attack that is a gig in nature or a little larger. And if you think about enterprise networks, a gig interface is a fairly common interface. The types of internet connections that larger enterprises have can be hundreds of megabits up to a gigabit. So it doesn't surprise me to see those types of statistics that a gig attack, something just a little larger to overwhelm the physical capacity of the pipe, would be the types of things that you'd see really organized and focused at an organization. Just another graphic outlining the growing number of attacks that we see across our network as we went into summer. And just a different slide that demonstrates really the 6 months of the first 2 quarters of 2017. This breaks it down into a frequency trend of attacks per day. So as we entered the new year, we were approaching right at 7 attacks a day. Dropped down to below 5, but now we're back up. Summertime, guess the kids are out of school, maybe a little more free time on their hands, and they're launching more attacks. And so you start to see those in the trends that we see as well. These are outlined in that report that I touched on, so it's good takeaway material for you. Speaking of takeaways, a couple things when it comes to distributed denial of service attacks. A layered cybersecurity approach is always the best way to handle things, whether that's how you set up your network, your architecture in your enterprise, different devices, and how they're used within your enterprise. I touched on those 1 gig attacks. Again, the physical pipe to be consumed low and slow, again, might not seem very interesting, but when you clog that pipe for an hour or more, you can really start to impact an organization or an enterprise in terms of their ability to conduct commerce across their internet facilities. On-premise equipment, again, has been really probably the standard of the past, and it continues to need to be part of the firewall that you, of course, establish at the edge. But as these attacks get to be bigger and longer in duration, you can overpower the processor capacities of many edge devices. So one of the things that we're finding that customers are very interested in is getting that type of support in the cloud. Put it a layer or two back from where they are, so before that traffic gets to their edge, find a way to mitigate it so that only the good traffic continues to process through and the firewall for your enterprise can do its designed purpose. I touched on firewalls, and I'm going to just touch on them again for a couple of slides. I touched on malware, viruses, and different bots that are botnets that can impact an organization. This list demonstrates the top 10 attacks we saw across our managed firewall platform in the second quarter. What we do with this type of list is, again, use that within our own team and within our own customers to help set up and educate what you can be expecting, what we're seeing in the enterprise, and be proactive in terms of the types of patches and maybe architecture that we recommend to customers in terms of how they deploy their firewalls, what types of settings they're looking at, what type of traffic they may be looking to filter. Just a couple of numbers that touch on, again, firewall traffic. About half the traffic that we saw come through our firewalls in the second quarter was really unwanted or malicious. And we did have one customer that largely skewed some of that traffic in the second quarter. But their platform, they stayed operational through some of the layering of their cybersecurity platforms and staying active with us in terms of looking as attacks identified across the quarter and across their periods and across their enterprise, what could we be doing to help mitigate those? It was a tremendous win-win for us and for the customer. They stayed operational. We continued to learn more about the different types of attacks we saw coming into businesses in the upper Midwest. You talk about, or you hear about spyware, malware. This is just a cross-section or pie chart showing what types of malware we were seeing introduced into organizations or trying to be introduced into organizations through the managed firewall platforms that we support for our customers. You can see tens of thousands of viruses, tens of thousands of other types of malware, limited number amounts of spyware at this point. Perhaps it takes a slightly more sophisticated hacker to get the benefits of those types of pieces. But it's nice to see that we're capturing those and keeping those out of the organizations. Where do those attacks come from? This map of the globe or the world shows the 10 most common countries where those types of attacks come from. So one of the things that you can deploy just into your organization, as an example, most of us are going to want to accept and receive traffic from the United States. But if you, as a business, don't do commerce with an organization that's perhaps based out of Brazil or Romania, those could be the types of countries where you can say, I don't want to receive any types of traffic because I found, or that my cybersecurity support organization has found that they receive more attacks from those types of organizations in those kind of countries. So here's a list of countries that we see those coming from. And again, one way to help secure your organization is to say, I'm going to hold off on that type of traffic originating from those countries. Again, a variety of takeaways from a managed firewall and the malware perspectives is, you have to stay vigilant. You're going to have to stay on top of your profiles, keep your patches current, so the pressures upon cybersecurity professionals within organizations only continues to increase. And I think one of the things that we find is that we can help support those cybersecurity professionals through the different services and platforms that we operate. You know, and that protecting your network, as I touched on, really takes a combination of tools and intelligence and continuing education. The previous panel touched on a variety of things that are taking place in developing a cyber literate workforce coming up, but as a member of the workforce, you have to really avail yourself of the different types of opportunities, whether it's online or conferences, to help stay ahead of those threats, and so that you can bring them back into your organization or bring that knowledge back to your organization to help keep your organization protected. So with that, I just wanted to touch on again the DDoS and malware and other threats. I'd take any questions from the audience, if there are any for me. Very at the end? All right. So, Jeremy?
Thanks, Mark, and we'll have questions at the end. I know Vernon and Nikki are running around too, so there'll be mics for anybody who has a question. So next, James Legg from the Fusion Center, speaking about the dark web and its effect on business. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I get started, I always give a little preface. If you're like me, I didn't know what the Division of Criminal Investigation was until I applied to work for them. So kind of a relatively unknown agency. We're the investigative arm of the Attorney General's office for the state of South Dakota. We've got about 50 or so special agents spread across the state. They specialize in different areas of criminal investigations. And then we also have the law enforcement training component, our identity section, which is our fingerprint cards, criminal information, things like that. And then we've got a few other components spread throughout there. But primarily, again, we're an assist agency whose job is to assist local law enforcement agencies in whatever capacity they need that. So it's almost 6 years ago now, I moved over and became the director of the South Dakota Fusion Center. And all the Fusion Centers are meant to be is just an information hub, a conduit for information. Information passes to and through us to different entities, public safety entities, the private sector. The simplest term that you hear people talk about is kind of connect the dots, and so that's what we're supposed to do. And so about 6 years ago, I got in there, and pretty quickly, I started to see a lot of reports, involving cybersecurity, DDoS attacks, different things like that. So that was always kind of something we tried to keep an eye on, and we had different people with various levels of expertise that would do those things. And then about, 3 or 4 years ago, one of our analysts, super sharp guy, who really kind of specializes in this world, came to us and said, hey, you guys need to pay attention to this dark web thing. And so then the question was, well, what are you talking about? What is the dark web? And I could give you guys try to give you guys a really in-depth explanation of what it is, but essentially it's the part of the internet where Google doesn't look. And I think there's probably people in here that could speak to this a lot better than I can, who know a lot more about this than I do. But it's kind of the underworld of the internet, if you will, and you need not some super sophisticated things to get there. It's relatively simple to do, but basically it gives you the ability to conduct business on the internet in a variety of different ways, in an encrypted manner that's pretty difficult, almost impossible to track. And there's some people that say, that sometimes you get criticized for even talking about some of these things. If I'm talking about it here, maybe that just publicizes the fact that it exists. I used to work felony level drug cases a long time ago, and we used to get the same criticism when we would do meth lab investigation presentations like this. And all I can tell you is the people that used to cook meth, they weren't exactly nuclear physicists. So if we could talk about those things in the public, this stuff is easy to find. You could Google this in about 30 seconds and probably figure out everything you need to know about the dark web and how to get there. Now, what's interesting to me about the dark web, and again, in a past life, I used to do presentations about human trafficking, and I would go on and we would jump on different sites, Craigslist and different places, and we would show people exactly, look, here's an ad right now for human trafficking. And we could do the same thing. That all the slides that I have in this presentation, if you want to call it that, are just slides that we pulled off at different points in time and different investigations and things that we were doing to say, this is exactly what we can do right now. These are the things that we could go right now and buy from the dark web. And I don't know some of these slides, this is kind of broken up into 3 parts, just really quickly as I go through these slides. We have drugs, we have identity theft, and then we just kind of have our miscellaneous categories. But what the dark web has done is at least in my eyes, is it's really given people the ability to increase their efficiency and their profitability, especially when you look at identity theft, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But when we first started to see a lot of the things along the lines of what the dark web was doing, and again, it's just a virtual marketplace for all things criminal. Now, I'm sure there's some legitimate uses for the dark web, like all things, but primarily what we see, and again, I'll show you some slides in some of these marketplaces, it's essentially for nefarious activity. It's a place you can go to conduct illegal activity, where you can purchase anything, drugs, guns, people, identities, malware, you name it, you can find it on the dark web. So prescription drugs, we used to, we've always had, like every other state, a certain problem with, drug diversion, prescription drug diversion. If you want to call it the positive side of that, at least you knew the source of supply and the product was relatively pure. I mean, these were pharmaceutical grade products that had been diverted. You for the most part, knew what you had in your hands. These first couple of slides, if you can see it, it talks about, roxicodone, oxycodone, 10 milligram, discounted pills. There's some listing details on there. In a lot of ways, the dark web is a system that's based on trust. It's very anonymous, it's very efficient, but you don't know the person you're doing business with. And that's by design, because that's the weak point in most criminal systems is, you have to at some point in time conduct a face-to-face transaction with somebody. It may not be the person, at the top of the ladder, so to speak, but you're going to make a face-to-face transaction with somebody, and that's when typically things go bad, either from a law enforcement perspective because you get infiltrated, or just because dangerous things happen when you deal with people face-to-face. This is anonymous. This is based on, the web and networks, and you don't have that face-to-face, transaction. So, you can see, again, different types of things that are available. If you can see on the left side of the screen, under drugs, you have everything from benzodiazepines to cannabis to psychedelics, steroids, stimulants, and other. And again, it just looks a lot like eBay. You just make your purchase and go. And a lot of this is conducted with, Bitcoins and other virtual currency. Again, just more of the oxycodone. And one of the things we saw from the drug side of things, especially that's been concerning lately, is a lot of what we're seeing is fentanyl and carfentanil, which is super, super dangerous. And very, very minute amounts will cause people to overdose, which we've seen already a lot of in the state, and worked investigations involving that. Again, more of the same. These are just some of our feedback. Again, it's just a lot like eBay, if you guys can see that. Good stealth, trusting vendor. A lot of times you'll hear people talk about how great the product is. People will go into in-depth reviews about how they almost died and what a great high they got. And we have worked these investigations now where the fear was that these would turn into high-end investigations that involve massive volume. And we have started to see that now, where we've now started to work cases where, we've dealt with people who have, made in excess of several $100,000 in a fairly short period of time, marketing from the dark web. You get into identity theft. Once upon a time, identity theft was me going to your mailbox and stealing checks out of your mailbox and then, having a little portable printer in the backseat of my car and printing off checks and then going and, trying to spend as many of these checks as I can before the bank catches up and with the float. Now, it's all about stealing identities through cyber intrusions. And then trying to sell those identities in massive, massive packets on the dark web. So maybe it's 10 cents a social security number, maybe it's $1 social security number, depending on how many you have. And we've seen a lot of those in the last year where organizations have been infiltrated. They've had intrusions, and they've had, all of their maybe tax identity data exfiltrated. Again, forged W-2 employment tax forms, proofs of employment. Here's one from South Dakota that we tried to pull out. Just credit card numbers, bulk credit card numbers. Identities, obviously, is a big one. And then obviously the other, guns. Like I said, it's a very easy world to get into. All things are available. It's just a virtual marketplace for all things criminal. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate this very, very quick opportunity to just kind of bring to light some of the things that we're trying to do in this area, some of the things that we're seeing. Obviously, it's pretty scary, and hopefully we'll talk more about it later. Thank you.
Thanks, James. It's wow, reviews based off of how somebody almost died. That's a heck of a thing. Next, Glenn Zimmerman with FirstNet, here to tell us about FirstNet. Thanks, Glenn.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to take a little bit of time to first lay out what FirstNet is and where it originated from, then go into a little bit of detail about the cybersecurity solution that we are in the process of implementing as the system begins to roll out and move toward its first initial operational capability. FirstNet was created as part of the Middle Class Tax Relief Act of 2012. And this was in a response to one of the findings from the 9/11 Commission that indicated a fundamental problem was the lack of interoperability and reliable communications for first responders when that event occurred. The charter was to create a means whereby, on a nationwide basis, there would be a prioritized network for first responders allowing police, fire, EMS to communicate seamlessly, and not just with voice, but the transference of broadband level data as well. And so FirstNet was born. In 2015, we began issuing multiple solicitations for comment on various aspects of the nationwide public service broadband network. Then in 2016, the actual RFP was released, and we had multiple bidders, and then we selected at&t as the partner for this public-private partnership. As of this morning, we continue to move forward, moving toward the initial operational capability for the first prioritized network for first responders spanning 55 states and territories in the District of Columbia. So this means we'll be reaching not only the lower 48, Alaska and Hawaii, but also the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, American Samoa, the Northern Mariana Islands, and of course, District of Columbia. Now, what exactly does a security model for such a wide-reaching enterprise network look like? Well, in order to break it down, you have to look at the various subcomponents that make up a modern broadband network and then crank it up a few levels for increased security, because one of the key aspects of the NPSBN is that we have to provide security and privacy for first responders. However, we look at the mantra of the best security is invisible to the user. What that means is that it needs to be as easy to access as just raising your hand. You don't need to think about it. So that's why in our system, A user is not going to be locked down to a 32-character complex password with upper and lowercase characters, numbers, and special characters that they need to change every 10 days. It really doesn't lend itself well to the operational requirements of, say, a law enforcement officer who is chasing down a suspect, can't go ahead and log into a system, so we hope he's got a really heavy phone so he can fling it at the fleeing suspect and knock him out. We are looking at a variety of different authentication methods and a variety of new innovative technologies, and that is what sets the NPSBN apart from things that have attempted to meet this requirement in the past. So let's go ahead and divide this out by subdomains first to explain how this works. At the very far end is the piece that everybody interfaces with every day. And so whether you're talking about a cell phone, a tablet, or a wearable, as we continue to develop new technologies in industry and in government, that's the first step. That's where the real interaction occurs with the user. So the device needs to have protection, its operating system needs to have protection, the applications that run on it need to be protected, and the interface between that user equipment and the radio access network, which is how you get your connectivity, that needs to be protected. We're designing, in concert with AT&T, mechanisms at each of those levels to include federated ICAM capability. ICAM, excuse me, in order to determine that the user and the device is legitimate to the network, that vetting system will be done when the device is issued, and it will continually be updated as well. In addition, we will, in the long term, be able to offer roles-based access, such that if a device needs to be handed over, for example, in a fire department between shifts, that next person's roles will go ahead and take on the capabilities of the device, and the system will know what access needs to be provided to that individual. Even though it's the same device, but it's a different user, the system will be smart enough to know what to do. Once we pass the RAN, the radio access network, we get into the transport networks, which can be microwave, fiber, or copper. Most of the copper now has pretty much been eliminated, so you're down to microwave links and fiber links. Those transport networks and the aggregation points, pulling them in from multiple towers, those are all protected, both from a physical and from a cyber perspective as well. Once we move past that, we get to the core network. The FirstNet core is a dedicated core network that is being developed by AT&T. This differs from what's gone before, where traffic was simply part of the giant commercial blog, an amalgam of traffic from a variety of different sources, whether it's first responder, commercial, or individual user. We have our own dedicated core with encryption end-to-end, which really hasn't been done before. And one of the big values of that is it allows us to segment that traffic off and protect it and ensure that first responder traffic gets the priority it needs to, is processed independently of other commercial traffic, and therein lies the additional level of security. Now, some of these mechanisms have been available through the global standards of the 3GPP group for quite some time, but they are all optional settings that could be provided. Under the NPSBN model, those optional settings are now becoming required. So first responder traffic gets the benefit of mechanisms that have existed for a while but haven't been used by commercial industry, as well as new innovations that will be done by bringing in a variety of different partners, including AT&T, equipment manufacturers, and software vendors, into the innovation lab, which is hosted by the Chief Technical Officer of FirstNet out of their Boulder facility. This is a long-term operation and a long-term journey as we evolve over the course of time from IOC 1 to IOC 2, IOC 3, and full operational capability. More and more capabilities will become known, more and more capabilities will be rolled out. This is the dawn of a new era. This is the capability for first responders to have something which they have desired and sought for a long, long time. Security is not easy. There are a great many moving parts, from the people using the equipment, to the software, to the networks that are involved with it. It's a never-ending struggle. So we placed a few key requirements and expectations as we roll out the NPSBN. Perhaps one of the most important ones is availability. The system has to be there. A police officer, a firefighter, or an EMS technician can't hope and gamble that they're going to have connectivity when they need it. It has to be a given that it will be available. Secondly, mission primacy. The system can never fail to allow connectivity. That means in those rare instances when we might have something that's really, really terrible and something has occurred with an attack, we will err on the side of making sure that connectivity is retained while we continue to fight through that attack and mitigate it. Because the only honest way to look at having security on any far-flung enterprise is the realization and acknowledgement from the initial design forward and during operations that you cannot prevent every attack. You cannot isolate yourself from every threat. But the key point is acknowledging those, detecting them as quickly as possible, and mitigating them and continuing your operations as you fight through those. That's the sign of a well-designed, well-implemented, and realistic approach to cybersecurity. So, as we march forward, together with the public safety community, FirstNet looks forward with its partner AT&T to delivering the premier response to the desires, needs, and requirements of the public safety community with a nationwide public safety broadband network. Thank you.
All right, now we're going to have time for your questions. Look around for Vernon and Nikki, I believe, who have microphones. And anybody first right off the bat who's got a question? One over here.
Are in place that we have to help enterprises protect themselves from malware and bots and all of that. But and maybe James can answer this part. The part that bothers me is how difficult is it to find these people that are doing this and prosecute them?
Yeah, it's I don't want to say it's very, very difficult. Now, you've seen, I know I've seen in, the media, from time to time you'll see groups that'll get indicted overseas for propagating malware or, spam and a lot of different things like that. Those are pretty intensive, pretty long-term investigations. A lot of that is foreign nation state sponsored. Now, and this is where cyber, from a criminal perspective, gets really blurry, because you have kind of the foreign counterintelligence angle, which is one just totally separate area, but then you have kind of the foreign sponsored criminal activity, like what you see with North Korea, the Russians to a certain extent, or not to a certain extent, they do, and it's pretty traditional crime, and then it's maybe mass identity theft or usually things along those lines, but it's very much tolerated and sponsored from a state perspective, I guess you would say. And like anything else, it's not totally anonymous, and as systems are developed, we react and we develop ways to track those, and some of it's just pretty traditional. It's still developing informants and conducting surveillance. It's just maybe doing it in another medium, but it's just a lot more. It's a big technical paradigm shift for law enforcement, I guess you would say.
Public Utilities Commissioner Christy Fegan.
Oh. First of all, my question is to Mark Shalanta. As you know, Jim Edmond makes sure that all employees of the state of South Dakota go through training, because he continues to remind us employees a lot of times open the door and they hit on the wrong link or whatever. I'm sure you have training for your clients and you can explain on that, but what are we doing for small business? Because I see the Chamber of Commerce here, and sometimes small business do not hire consultants to help them with employee training on cybersecurity. And then, of course, I have a question on the dark web after that.
Well, Commissioner, well, I'm glad to hear that Jim is active in his training for all of state government's employees. I think the types of things that I think about in listening to you describe the types of training, you know, the spear phishing or phishing type of attack that comes through an email, where that employee, you know, clicks on a link because he or she believes that you know, that the link that was sent to them was legitimate in terms of what was appropriate. And so we do spend a fair amount of training internally as well, just like Jim does, educating our employees. But your question went to what does a small business do who can't hire the consultants or perhaps have the resources to educate their workforce? And you touched on the chamber. We have worked with the chamber on a variety, and the Better Business Bureau, I should say, on a variety of workshops for those types of small businesses to come and attend. We also have different really training opportunities that we can help deploy into those small businesses. But for us to go touch them one-on-one, that becomes pretty labor intensive for us. And so we do work with the Chamber and the Better Business Bureau. And just again, through some of our own social media, you saw Dr. Griffiths, and you know, I think we're all going to remember that underwear visual in terms of changing your passwords. But you know, that is the probably the very first thing you can do, the easiest thing that individuals can do in terms of staying vigilant on their own their cybersecurity. Having different passwords for work than you have for your personal and for your banking. Just are three separate different types of passwords, perhaps unique logons or user IDs as well. And I should add a fourth, social media. You know, what you use in a social media world from a logon or an email address, the more independent you can keep that from your own personal financial transactions and work transactions. Just those simple things will help reduce your threats to your organization and to yourself.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead. Were you finished?
I have concluded.
Because I still have Mr. Legg here.
Yeah, dark web question.
Mr. Legg, DSU scared me a lot when I attended a Heartland Power annual meeting in April of this year. Josh got up and showed us the dark web, which Miss Innocent Christy Fegan hardly knew it was out there. He brought it live to us, and all of a sudden things were popping up all over, and Josh from your department scared the skeeby-jeebies out of me, and I went home immediately to teach my teenage sons and all their friends about never Googling the dark web or never going there, because of it truly could impact their life for a lifetime. And so I had the same question of how we can't find these people, but you kind of addressed that. But what are we doing for our youth? I mean, we're doing it texting and driving, and we do all sorts of campaigns, but this dark, deep web, if our youth gets involved in that, it will impact them for a lifetime.
Yeah. You know, the only thing I can tell you is I would imagine every generation, and this is just my personal philosophy, every generation probably has new things that they have to deal with from a parenting perspective. And, you know, at the end, like I said, at the end of the day, whether it's learning to cook meth or find the dark web, it's there. You know, and I would never tell anybody how to raise their kids. You know, that's certainly their own prerogative. But in terms of, you know, just trying to educate people and let them know that it's there, because it is out there. And, you know, so I know from the perspective of my kids, you know, when they're old enough, they're going to find it if they want to find it. And so my responsibility as a parent is to teach them to be, you know, respectful, kind, you know, empathetic people, and that the decisions they make are going to have consequences on them, you know, good or bad. And, you know, that's just something that, you know, again, I've worked a lot of different things in my time as a criminal investigator, everything from human trafficking to drugs to just, you know, terrorism and kind of everything else. And, you know, there's things that are out there, and I don't know that, you know, what's right in one household might be right in the next. You know, some are going to maybe take a more direct response and just say, you know, we're not going to give our kids access to some of these things, and that's fine. That's totally, you know, like I said, I would never tell somebody how to raise their own children or what's the right thing to do in their house. But I just think it's about whether you're talking about in your home or whether you're talking about in schools or whether you're talking about private organizations that your kids belong to, just teaching them things like, again, just what it means to be kind, what it means to be respectful, what it means to be, you know, empathetic towards other people, and try to keep things simple. When you try to overcomplicate things, it's when things usually go wrong. So I don't know if that's the right or the wrong answer, but that's the only one I have.
Thanks, James. Next.
Glenn, I have a question about Houston, and I'm wondering how, if we're learning anything, it's probably premature, but are we learning anything from what's happening in Houston about the value of FirstNet and what's coming with FirstNet? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, Hurricane Harvey has been a laboratory and case study over the last few days for first responders and for FirstNet. In fact, my boss, Brian Casa, is down. He's been activated by 3 different volunteer agencies to serve in the Emergency Operations Center for the storm. He started that about 3 days before it made landfall. There are numerous challenges with a natural event of this magnitude. I know that as we go into it, one of the things is going to be the availability and use of drone technology as well as deployable systems, because obviously in a lot of the flooded areas there are some issues with power, and so maintaining communications during that kind of a situation that's going to be ongoing for a while, and a variety of deployables and things are being sent down there right now. I'm not sure what the current status is because I'm not plugged into that specifically. Most of what I've seen so far has been pretty much what you've seen just through news reports. But when we get the full after-action report after the storm and we're in the final stages of recovery, that's when we'll have some hard data that we'll be able to go ahead and use to prepare for how the FirstNet network is going to need to be able to respond to these things. And I think that you'll find out that it's going to be quite a bit better than what we're dealing with now.
Glenn, what's the status of FirstNet in South Dakota as far as South Dakota opting in?
I don't know if South Dakota has opted in yet.
I don't believe that it has.
The last number I heard was there were 15 entities that had opted in.
Okay.
That was a report about 2 weeks ago.
Okay, out of 55 goal, right?
56.
56. Yeah. Okay. Next question.
Good morning. My name is Dawn Wolf. I work for the Catholic Diocese. I am interested in the panel's opinion on that new NIST password guidelines that came out. The blogger who kind of reversed himself, if you will. And just, I know passwords are one layer, but sometimes I feel like the pushback from users, constantly changing, complexity, etc. And I like actually what he's saying, so I'm interested to see what the opinion is of our panelists. Thank you.
Passwords are near and dear to my heart, having struggled with getting users to go ahead and implement them and use them correctly. In one of my past lives, I was actually a penetration tester, and so I'd show up after work in a janitor's uniform and go see what I could find. And people had these wonderfully creative passwords, and they were taped to a sticky note to the monitor along with their user ID. So that really kind of defeated the entire purpose. And so what we're seeing now is that the new NIST guidelines are really going away from that entire complex thing to easy to use and remember phrases. The interesting byproduct of that is long, easy to use alpha phrases are actually very time consuming for brute force attacks. It's not easy to defeat them. For example, I think Mr. Richter, who was the one who authored the complex passwords and said, quote unquote, the worst thing I've ever done in my life. When they did testing on under the newness guidelines, they found out that a complex password utilizing all the rules, upper, lowercase, alphanumeric, special characters, blah, 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 16 characters long, could be broken by a brute force attack in under 72 hours. A 40-character password, it's pretty long, but a very simple one to read. It was just a phrase, and so you can almost sing it to yourself as you're typing it out on the computer. They started trying to crack it, and they stopped when they realized it would take approximately 550 years using current technology to break that password. But it's also one that a person will never have to write down because it's very easy to remember. So, and what's the whole idea of using passwords? So that they work. If a password is so complicated no one can remember it and they write it down and someone can steal it, that defeats the entire purpose of having it in the first place.
Anybody else on passwords? Great. Any other questions?
Yeah, this question's for Mark, and maybe Jim, you could add to it too. My name is Bill Van Camp. I'm an attorney from Pierre. The number of 48% really shocked me, that the incoming traffic for a business has a negative effort behind it. Maybe it's my naivety, but is that across all industries? Are there targeted safe spots? Are there things that companies do to make themselves, of course they could make themselves more vulnerable by not working with other professionals or informing themselves of how this works, but is it just, is it blanket attacks on all open websites in the United States and South Dakota in particular?
Thank you, Bill. And you know, the 48% that I referenced in the slides really came from our firewall portfolio. So think of those as really more than just the website, but the you know, access to the enterprise. And if you think about us as SDN as well, we really don't have a consumer base. We are a business-to-business, you know, fiber optic network across the state, and it's well, local governments, banking, healthcare, manufacturing. So at a high level, you know, we're somewhat the keys to the kingdom. If you could penetrate a bank and you get all those Social Security and user IDs that James talked about in terms of becoming monetizable on the dark web, in terms of those usernames and passwords, I think because of our client base, our customer base, we may see a higher incidence of those types of attacks. Which is why we work so closely with our businesses to help layer in those different types of defenses.
My name is Greg Dean. I got a question mainly for Mr. Legg. You had indicated, and I had heard this before, but the dark web is really, I mean, supposed to be an anonymous area. We hear about data breaches, you know, major data breaches, and almost a monthly occurrence, but what it is about the encryption on the dark web that makes it so difficult and almost impossible to track both users and vendors on the dark web?
You know, that one, it may get a little bit beyond my technical ability to answer that, but essentially you're jumping from server to server, so the IP addresses, you know, where traffic originates from, again, I think it's almost virtually impossible to pinpoint where it's coming from. You know, we know based on some of the things we're seeing, based on, you know, maybe like in the, you know, maybe the drugs that sometimes we see. Some of those shipments obviously get intercepted, so we see maybe where their point of origin is. We see that maybe, you know, like a lot of our fentanyl and carfentanil products come from China. So, you know, we have an idea based on that where things are coming from, but because of the way that the server traffic bounces around, it's just, you know, you can't, at least through the maybe more common methods that we use, it's just disguised. It's kind of like, I guess the analogy I would use, and maybe it's not a good one, is money laundering. You know, money laundering is effective when you bounce it through a lot of different banks and a lot of different financial institutions, because at a certain point in time it just becomes untraceable just because of the sheer numbers. And that's kind of what the internet traffic is like when it bounces through these servers. You know, as far as how encryption works, again, I'd be the wrong guy to ask, you know, what that means at a technical level. But when you get onto the dark web, you know, you're using things like Tor and other things that encrypt your identity, just like when we use encrypted radios, just things that are used to disguise, you know, where your point of origin is from. It just masks that, or it bounces it through another, you know, through another location. And so it just becomes, again, just virtually impossible to track that.
James, it sounds like investigators are struggling to stay up with the emergence of the dark web. Is legislation falling behind here, or where is that as far as
you know, there's been some criminal investigations of, you know, different sites, you know, some successful, some not successful. But again, the hardest thing when it comes to the dark web is you're dealing with entities, and I just think this is the way of the future. You're dealing with entities that don't maybe prescribe to normal jurisdictional boundaries. You know, they jump overseas. And from a local law enforcement perspective, I mean, how do you deal with that? You know, when you're the Falk County Sheriff's Office, you know, that's just a non-starter to be able to do those things. So, you know, and it's difficult, you know, for the FBI and the Secret Service because, you know, they have limited resources, at least in terms of what they can and can't do and what types of cases. So you've got kind of this, you've got kind of this mid-level threshold of cases, which I think that's where, you know, state law enforcement has to be able to step in to assist, you know, local law enforcement if they lack those resources, especially not so much from a talent standpoint, but from just a monetary standpoint. It's expensive. And so it takes more resources from that standpoint.
We have time for a couple more questions.
Luke Schwingler with Reliant Max Student Loan Insurance and Lending. Question for Mr. Legg primarily. Working heavy in the cybersecurity space myself in my role and dealing with the dark web on a daily basis, user trainings, that type of stuff. Has there ever kind of been the notion of, well, you need to order these things have to get to the consumer the same way you get it off Amazon. It's got to come through the Postal Service, it's coming through UPS, FedEx. Is there another avenue to take where, you know, if I fly on an airplane, sometimes my bag gets opened up and looked through? Could we do the same from that aspect? Since with all the looming net neutrality and whatnot, it's real hard to go to the ISP's level and start inspecting everybody's data.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm understanding you right, I mean, those are things that are all, you know, and that's where, again, you kind of drop down to some pretty, you know, your lowest common denominator with these cases. And you're always going to have your packages that get intercepted. You're always going to have certain areas of the world that are going to be more highly scrutinized. You're always going to have, and again, when I say profiling, I'm not talking about what the media talks about when they say profiling. Now, I'm not talking about from a, you know, race perspective or anything like that, but there's certain, you know, maybe multiple key characteristics that say this piece of luggage is maybe more apt to have something illegal in it than this piece of luggage does. And so you're always going to be able to do those things, and that's maybe the only, I don't know if it's the only, but it's one of the only vulnerable points in you know, in dark web transactions is you still have to have that transmission of data, you know, or a product, whatever it is, whether it's a physical product or a virtual product, and that's still the weak point. But short of just, like you said, it's not feasible to look at every bag. It's not feasible to look at everybody's mail, nor would it even be, you know, I mean, that takes you down a rabbit hole I don't think anybody wants to go down, but you're still going to be very hit and miss, you know, if that answers kind of what you were asking.
Time for one more question. In the back here.
Mike Carney, Lake Area Technical Institute. This is for Mr. Parkinson. Just as a layperson, it sounds like you're attacking the same problem that the U.S. military would be attacking on the ground with its combat forces. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate any cooperation between the federal government and the local and private sector on solving this problem.
Were you directing that question to anyone in particular?
FirstNet with Mr. Parkinson.
Oh, Simmer.
There are a variety of outreach efforts that have been ongoing for quite some time within the realms of academia, the private sector, public sector, government at the tribal, municipal, state, and federal level. And there are designated outreach coordinators at all of those, and we have basically tried to hoover up all of those over the past several years as much as possible to provide a realistic insight as to what the challenges are that face operators at each of those levels. And part of the thing that people don't really think about, because they look at, okay, 56 states and territories, that's pretty big. But what you also have to put into perspective is that linking into the NPSBN are 60,000 public safety entity networks. Those all are potential entry points and attack vectors that could be creating a risk shared across the entire network. So those are some of the challenges that we have to face to protect our federal users, our state users, municipal users, and even that two-person sheriff's department out in the middle of who knows where, New Mexico. So having a solution that effectively protects and allows those entities to do their job is a fairly unique challenge that we're confident we're doing the right things. But it's an ongoing dialogue at all those levels to make sure that we cover those requirements effectively.
Well, that wraps us up, I think. Thanks you all for being here. Thanks to our panelists as well. If we give them a round of applause. We're going to a break for 20 minutes, so feel free to go out, grab some more food. We've got some exhibits out in the parking lot, and stay tuned, 10:30. We've got navigating technology. I'm actually looking at the start of a cool drone presentation here, so come back for that. Drones, tractors, and autonomous cars. So see you back at 10:30.
Just one point of clarification. I would encourage you to visit the exhibits that are inside, because we're going to save the outside demonstrations until after the conclusion of this program. So take some time, ask some questions of the panelists, do some networking, go drive a locomotive, because that's what I'm going to go do. And then, like I said, we'll save the parking lot stuff for after 1 o'clock. So see you back here at 10:30.
Check, check, check. Test, test, test. 1, 2. Nothing? Maybe it needs to be a hotter level. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2. Nothing? Oh my. Well. Ah. Okay, checking. 1, 2. Y'all there? Okay. Good deal.
Sorry about that. No problem.
All right, folks, if you want to start taking your seats again, we're going to get on to our next panel in just a couple minutes. So please find your seats. Thank you.
Absolutely. So it's just, right forward, and then there's that. Yeah, I can read it.
All right, I know we're still trying to find seats, but we're going to go ahead and get started. We have just an amazing panel lined up to speak about navigating the technology. And I think this is going to be a great precursor to the things that you're going to see not only in this room for the demonstrations, but in the parking lot after the program is over. So I think this is a great teaser for what we are to actually see in action. And we really appreciate the panelists that we've had so far. I mean, the dark web, I don't know about you, but that was terrifying, but it was good for all of us to hear about. I think this will be a little bit more lighter note, all the interesting things going on in our various industries in South Dakota. So I'm really excited to hear from the next set of panelists. First, we will have Eileen Lockhart and Laura McCartan from Xcel. They lead Xcel Energy's unmanned aircraft system. We will also have Ryan Molitor, and Ryan was here last year, so I told him he was so good that he had to come back again this year. And he's going to talk about the connected cab and how technology is impacting agricultural efficiencies. And I know we're going to see some of that in action in the parking lot. Another one of our panelists makes me feel like I am introducing an episode of The Jetsons, which, by the way, was my favorite cartoon growing up. And that would be Cruise Automation and Rebecca Mark. And she's going to talk about one of the most interesting innovations in a long time, autonomous cars. And finally, we're going to move from the roads to the rails. And we're very honored to have Mr. Matt Rose, Executive Chairman of Burlington Northern Santa Fe. And he's going to talk about technology shaping the future of the rails. So Eileen?
So do we, sorry, got ahead of myself. Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to be here with my colleague Eileen Lockhart. I'm Laura McCartan, Regional Vice President with Xcel Energy. And I'm going to start out with giving you a brief overview of our company and what we're trying to do with our mission statement. Then we'll watch a brief video that shows you where we are with the UAS technology at Xcel Energy up to today. Then my colleague Eileen Lockhart will take over and share some of the things we see going forward, especially policy issues that need to be resolved so that we can fully unlock the potential of UAS technology. First of all, Xcel Energy is the holding company that encompasses 4 operating companies that operate in 8 states in the United States. We are among the top 10 utilities in the country, and we are the largest utility serving the state of South Dakota. We have about 104 employees here that serve 92,000 customers with electric service, and our Sioux Falls region where we serve is one of the most dynamic and fastest growing parts of our service territory. Our mission is to provide our customers clean, safe, reliable energy service that they want at a competitive price. And what I'd like to do is share with you some of the things we have underway that relate exactly to that mission. First of all, our costs are below the national average, and we're working very hard to make sure they stay that way because we know how important costs are to all of our customers, residential and business alike. We also know that reliable service is just as important. We work hard on that every day, every minute of your service, but we also are proud to have received industry awards for our performance in restoring power very quickly after storms. And one I have in mind is a few years ago, the tremendous ice storm that hit this area. And then increasingly, our customers are telling us that they want their energy sources to come from clean energy sources. So we're working on doing that. We also find it's very good business sense as well. We are the #1 utility wind energy provider in the country for over a decade. And we are in the midst of a project right now to bring on 7 new wind projects that will increase our wind capacity here in the upper Midwest by about 70% in the next few years. The largest of these projects is right here in South Dakota, in northeast South Dakota. We call it the Crown Ridge Wind Project. It's 600 megawatts. That project will provide great economic benefit to the state from property taxes, local landowner payments, construction jobs, and also the energy from that project is going to help all of our customers because the price of this wind is so incredibly low right now. When we look at our whole customer base in the upper Midwest, these 7 new projects will save our customers about $1 billion in lower fuel and other costs over the project lifetimes as compared to procuring that energy from another source. With our extensive wind resources, growing solar resources, and our nuclear plants, we will be at about 63% carbon-free energy by the year 2030. The last point I have here is just a quick mention to grid security. It is a priority for our company. It really fits in with what's been talked about here this morning. We are investing in our system to make sure it is as robust and secure as possible. We're investing the same amount of energy and drilling and resources to ensure that if we are ever subject to a cybersecurity event, we can recover just as quickly and safely as possible. We are engaged in that effort in concert with multiple federal entities, with the utility industry, and with a lot of local stakeholders as well. So that's just a quick overview. I'm going to ask you now to watch this short video that will give you an overview of our UAS program to date, and then afterwards, Eileen Lockhart will take over. So you can roll the video now. Here we
At Xcel Energy, we are dedicated to providing our customers with clean, safe, and reliable energy at an affordable price. We operate over 320,000 miles of electric and natural gas infrastructure, thousands of substations, and dozens of power plants in 8 states, providing the energy to power millions of homes and businesses. We're always working to improve the service we provide to our customers by exploring new, innovative technology solutions. One new technology that shows promise is the use of unmanned aircraft systems, UAS, more commonly known as drones. We believe drones can help us monitor hard-to-reach sites more efficiently, effectively, and safely. Using drone technology to monitor, inspect, and maintain our system can save our employees time and our customers money. Drone technology has demonstrated the capability to improve response times when power goes out, as well as improve emergency response efforts when natural disasters strike. Xcel Energy began revolutionizing the way we think about drones beginning in 2013, when we started using drones inside our power plants to inspect boilers and equipment. This was hazardous for our employees and time-consuming work. We quickly discovered a drone can perform the same inspection more safely and do it in just a few hours. Within 2 years, we tested drones on a variety of proof-of-concept missions. Some examples include assessments of select electric transmission and distribution gas infrastructure, and inspecting wind turbines in just 30 minutes, record time. In August of 2016, we partnered with North Dakota stakeholders and submitted a $1 million joint grant to research high and low altitude UAS capabilities that could enhance post-event utility damage and restoration efforts. By quickly and safely providing critical damage information, UAS can significantly improve the damage assessment process. The research is based in North Dakota and involves collaboration with key stakeholders, including the University of North Dakota, state and local officials, Northern Plains Test Site, local law enforcement, the Federal Aviation Administration, General Electric, and UAS operators including Skyscopes and Elbit Systems of America. Xcel Energy is an industry leader for storm restoration, but we want to get even better. Using drones to assess the damage on infrastructure will help us deploy crews even more quickly to keep the public safe and get the lights back on. Natural disaster response is another area where drones have the potential to save lives. Xcel Energy is excited to play a role in pioneering this new technology. We'll continue learning, working with our partners, and finding even better ways to serve our customers, providing clean, safe, and reliable energy at an affordable price.
Thank you. My name's Eileen Lockhart. I'm the UAS Program Manager for Xcel Energy. I hope you enjoyed that video. That's just a snippet of some of the things that we've done recently. As Laura mentioned in her opening statement, we view UAS technology as transformational to our industry, and here's why. As you can see from this slide, UAS is basically just a flying computer that can hold various different payloads and cameras to see and view many different things. So having that capability really transforms the way that we look at inspections and how we perform inspections today. From a business safety and data collection perspective, we see the massive opportunity to utilize this technology to better assess our system in a much safer and more efficient way. Our business is dangerous. What we do is dangerous. Our employees are exposed to unsafe situations. One really good example, and we touched on this morning, is the floods in Texas. Right now, as we speak, over 300,000 people are out of power. Those people are completely uprooted from their homes. There's water everywhere. They're stranded. We could use UAS technology or a flying camera to assess the damage and restore power, figure out where our lines are underwater, what's damaged, and work with our local law enforcement to get the situation safe. That's why we view UAS as transformational. It also enables utilities to quickly and safely see points of view of our system that we've never been able to see before. Using a UAS, we can get very close to our infrastructure versus a helicopter. You need to be a certain distance away. In January of this year, Xcel Energy partnered with the Federal Aviation Administration and developed its first of a kind safety partnership. The scope of the partnership is we're going to assess 20,000 miles of our transmission line systems using unmanned aircraft technologies beyond visual line of sight. Our partnership with the FAA is really to facilitate the use of understanding how to safely and routinely deploy UAS beyond line of sight so that they can make, they can create the correct law or regulation to complement that flight mode. To do this, we have to really understand how to fly beyond line of sight, which is a very technically challenging flight mode. This fall, actually, we are going to start beginning our inspections, and a lot of the inspections are going to occur right here in South Dakota. In order to fly beyond line of sight, you have to understand all the technical challenges that are associated with doing that. There are many, and I'll mention a few. One is the operator has to remain in control of the aircraft at all times and be able to communicate with that aircraft in very remote areas. Another example is the aircraft has to have multiple communication links for lost control, or excuse me, for lost links. So you have to have multiple redundant communication command links from the aircraft to the operator. That in itself is very technically challenging when you're talking about an unmanned aircraft system. The aircraft has to be equipped with features like ADS-B, or Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, so that other aircraft in the national airspace can see where it is and avoid. On avoidance technology, the aircraft also has to be able to sense and avoid what's coming to avoid obstacles, and the operator 100 miles away or 50 miles away have to be able to command and control and sense and avoid obstacles out in the field. That is a very technically challenging flight mode that we have to undercome. All of these features that I've discussed are available today. The military's been using unmanned aircraft systems for years. However, that technology hasn't been available to the commercial market. However, the demand is changing that right now, and so the commercial sector is now demanding to have beyond line of sight, demanding to use unmanned aircraft systems for various different things, and manufacturers and companies are trying to miniaturize the technology to suit the 107 under 55-pound designation. Other countries are now also allowing commercial operators to use unmanned aircraft systems beyond line of sight. In fact, actually, companies like Amazon and Google have moved overseas for that very reason. The economic impact is huge to be able to apply flights beyond line of sight, and they are moving overseas to test that capability. So it's critical that the United States figures out the right type of regulation to allow that type of capability here in the United States. Another reason why our partnership with the FAA and other organizations is so important is because we need, as a utility and a critical infrastructure provider, we need to make sure our voice is heard. It isn't just about the business opportunity. Unmanned aircraft systems presents all kinds of interesting challenges, and we've talked about it today, this morning, cybersecurity, privacy, there's all kinds of things that you have to factor in. And we are very concerned about how to best protect our privacy, our security, and our data from malicious attacks or inappropriate use of unmanned aircraft systems. We're also very concerned about our privacy and security for our customers. We need to make sure that we understand what the right framework is so that we can operate these things very safely and appropriately for our use. So let me ask you a question. How many of you know of anyone that owns a drone currently? I do. They're fun, right? I mean, they're fun to use. You can get great imagery. The photography is amazing. But when you're in your backyard having dinner with your family, how do you know where that drone is coming from, or who's flying it, or what they're doing, or what they're looking at? You have no idea. So that's one of the reasons why we are very, very concerned about this, because as a utility, we view using drones as a good thing. We want to look at our infrastructure. We want to assess damage. We want to know what's going on quickly and safely. We want you all to be comfortable with that. But other folks don't share that same point of view. So it's important, it's critical that we partner with folks like the FAA, NASA, the Department of Energy, on these important issues so that we can really understand what the environment looks like and how to best mitigate those types of attacks. One interesting fact I'd like to share with you. During the course of the United States aviation history, approximately 100,000 manned aircraft have been registered to the FAA. In just over 15 months, over 770,000 drone registrations were received by the FAA. Just over 15 months. Out of those 770,000 drone registrations, more than half of the people who registered their drones are certified remote pilots. So that means that they are certified to fly these things for commercial purposes and/or hobby purposes. Now, the FAA predicts that by 2020, those numbers will quadruple. And in fact, they really have no way of knowing what the numbers are going to be. That stat I gave you was released from the FAA back in February. Those numbers since then have surpassed what I just gave you today. So the amount of UAS or drones in the sky is incredible, it's incredible, actually. So, So I talked about a little bit how we're equally concerned about the inappropriate and malicious use of drones. Here's some examples. I'm not sure if you can see this slide or not, but drones can be harassing. They can be used for inappropriate things, and so we really want to understand how to best mitigate these types of practices and move forward. In order to do that, the key takeaway here is that it's absolutely critical that we work with federal agencies to create a well-constructed and regulated environment for the use of drones in the commercial market. That's critical. Government has to balance the opportunity that drones brings to the market, the safety, the security, and the privacy, and that is not an easy task. We must establish proper security protocols, and we have to find a way to enable new business opportunities. Education campaigns, law enforcement are key when creating these types of regulations, and the government really needs to step up and make sure that they hold people accountable for when they do things wrong using drones or inappropriate use of drones. So what's next? What are we going to do next? Well, we're never, ever going to stop exploring new ways to better serve our customers and monitor our system. We're never going to stop. That's what we do. That's our business. Drones present a very good opportunity for us. There's lots of good uses for it, and we plan to do that. We're going to continue to engage this industry as the policy and regulation evolves. It's important that our voices are heard. It's important that we stick up for our customers and say, you need to take care of these privacy concerns. We will develop best practices for the use of drones so that we fully understand how to operate these things and share that with industry and other utilities. The goal here is that, yes, as much as we want to unlock this exciting technology, we want to make sure we do it correctly and safely and by the book. I just want to say thank you to Senator Thune for inviting us here today, and I'll take any questions if there are any. Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, well, they're queuing that up. My name is Ryan Molitor. I'm the Director of Customer Experience here at Raven. A little bit about Raven, if you're not familiar with us, we're actually headquartered right here in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So we have approximately 900 team members. We have 3 operating divisions. We have an Aerostar division, which specializes in high-altitude research balloons or tethered aerostats. Our Engineered Films division makes high-grade plastic used in agriculture, construction, geomembrane, energy markets. So the Raven Applied Technology Division is the division that I represent. The Applied Technology Division started around 1978, and all of our products are made and designed and manufactured here in Sioux Falls. We have locations in Austin, Texas, Stockholm, Saskatchewan, Canada, and in Midmere, which is located in the Netherlands. Each of the different divisions strive to solve great challenges. So our Aerostar division, their great challenge is helping save lives. So some of their tethered aerostats are used in forward operating bases. Engineered Films is protecting natural resources. And the Applied Technology Division, our great challenge that we try to solve is helping farmers, growers, egg retailers, egg service providers, and ag enterprise farms, helping them produce more food to feed the world. The Applied Technology Division, the way that we approach technology, so you can see the piece of equipment there, we call it a self-propelled sprayer. Our technology goes on that sprayer to make it more efficient. And our goal is not to just provide automatic steering, which will steer a tractor or sprayer or fertilizer spreader, not just have a direct injection chemical system, not just have boom leveling or Hawkeye, which is a nozzle control system, but it's to provide a complete system solution which maximizes spray efficacy. Excuse me, spray efficacy. So like with our Hawkeye system, it's a pressure control system. So that sprayer right there has 72 different nozzles on it, and we have an electronic control unit on every single one of those nozzles, and essentially we pulse those nozzles. When we pulse those nozzles, we can shut each nozzle off individually as it goes over something that has already been applied. So a traditional sprayer system will do section control. So it'll take those 72 nozzles and break them into 7 sections. We treat it as 72 different sections. And when we do that, we reduce the amount of inputs that are needed to be put on the field, so there's no over application. The other thing that we do with that system is, as the machine turns, we will speed up the outside nozzles and we'll slow down the inside nozzles. And when we do that, we don't over apply on the inside and damage crop, and we don't under apply on the outside and leave skips throughout the field. And essentially the other thing that we're doing with that Hawkeye system is we're controlling droplet size. So for a chemical to be most effective, it needs to be applied at a certain pressure, which helps make sure that the droplet size is not too large or not too small and hits what it's trying to target. Not only are we controlling the droplet size, we're also controlling the height of the boom. So your droplet size is great unless your boom is 4 or 5 feet in the air, and then the product will tend to drift. So we take a complete systems approach at sprayer application. We also do the same thing on a fertilizer application system. All of that is enhanced with connectivity, which I'll touch on in a little bit, and how that connectivity is important to our customers. Before I get into the connectivity side, I did want to take kind of a step back. As I mentioned, Applied Technology Division, our great challenge that we're trying to solve is helping feed the world. Projections show that the global population is expected to reach 9 billion by 2050. Technology and growth and adoption is going to be a key to meeting the global food demand. Why that's important is we have to take the land that we have, because we're not making any more land, and make it more efficient, make it more effective. At the same time, we have to make sure that we are reducing the amount of inputs that are being used to do that. So where we're at today is we can produce a lot more food, and we're going to be able to produce a lot more food, but it's not going to take more chemical or fertilizer to do that. One of the ways that we're able to achieve that is through technology called variable rate application. So we can take either satellite imagery or UAS imagery or soil sampling, or maybe a combination of those, and create a variable rate application map for a field. What that does is it will take all of this data and say, all right, in this section of the field, we're going to put on this much fertilizer, over here we'll put on this much, and over here we'll put on this much. That way, based on what the field is telling us, we know exactly how much fertilizer to maximize the yields in that field. That does not necessarily mean that you put on more fertilizer, you grow more food. It just doesn't work that way. Again, we take what the field history tells us, this is what I can do. We take our technology and we really maximize the efficiency. Raven is proud to be a member of the 4R nutrient stewardship. So environmental stewardship in agriculture is extremely important to all of us. And essentially what the initiative there is, let's take the right product from the right source, apply it at the right time and at the right rate. So when you combine those four things, we can be environmentally friendly and still be able to grow more food. So I realize not everybody maybe is as familiar with kind of the agriculture world as what we are. We live it, see it, breathe it every day. So I wanted to just show a quick image of kind of what we call our ag ecosystem. So in the center of that image, you can see what would be an ag retailer or an ag service provider. So they provide services to growers in their area. As a grower, you likely will do your own planting and probably do your own harvesting. But as far as crop protection and fertilizer, you may hire your ag retailer to do some of those with you. So they will work together on kind of an application program. Obviously, there's planting, there's fertilizer, there's field scouting, harvest, irrigation system, crop protection, and then scouting as well. And again, we can do crop scouting and field scouting using UAS technology. You can use satellite imagery. You can combine some of that with some of the scouting that you do in the field. Slingshot is that's Raven's connectivity platform. So in 2010, late in 2010, we introduced Slingshot, which is high-speed connectivity in the cab of a tractor or a sprayer or a fertilizer applicator. What Slingshot brings to our customers, number one, is high-speed connectivity. It's not the same connectivity that you get with a mobile handheld device. That does not stand up in a lot of the rural markets that we serve in. If you think of, where some of the fields are, you think of South Dakota or think of some of the areas that you're from, you get out to those fields and your handheld device is not going to work. That's why with Slingshot we bring high-speed, robust connectivity. A lot of our customers remember the old bag phones that they would have in their pickup. It's that kind of connection, and that's extremely important. Slingshot brings wireless data transfer. So think back 5-6 years ago, that sprayer gets done in the field. It has all this data that's collected on a field computer in the cab, but then the data will sit there. And to move that data, you would have to use a compact flash card, a USB drive. They would have to load it on there, and then they would have to bring that back to the yard and hand that to somebody in the office. With Slingshot, that all happens wirelessly. Fleet tracking, again, let's go back 5-6 years. You have somebody in the office who is managing a fleet. So if you're an ag retailer, you may have 5 machines, you may have 20 machines that you're trying to manage all at the same time. A lot of that communication was handled through radio or cell phone calls. Where are you at? How close are you to being done with that job? And then based on that information, you would kind of deploy machines around. With high-speed connectivity and with Slingshot, whoever is managing that fleet just has a portal that they log into, and now they can see where all the machines are. They can see if they're in a job, if they're close to being done with a job, and then they can deploy that machine to a different field. A lot of our customers have converted, maybe not 100%, but a lot of their application is done via variable rate application, which I mentioned earlier. And so now, 5 years ago, you figure out, okay, I'm sending this machine to this field. Now I'm going to send somebody in a pickup with a thumb drive to go out and give them the variable rate map. Today that's done with Slingshot. So they just say, all right, here's your file. Slingshot also allows us to remotely access field computers. So if you run through our tech support department and we get a technical call, one of the first questions we ask is, do you have Slingshot? Because if you do, we're able to log in and remotely access that field computer. The operator in the cab gives us a validation code, and that gives us permission to log in, and then we can walk them through changing settings. If it's a training issue or if there's something wrong, we can diagnose it quickly. 5 years ago, that's a service call, and we can maybe figure it out over the phone, but if we can't, somebody in a pickup has to go out there to do that. With the Slingshot link system, sometimes, as we all know with technology, there's software updates required to fix the problem or introduce a new feature or enhancement. With Slingshot Link, we can transfer software over the air. So if, even 2 years ago, we identified, okay, yep, you need to update the software in this field computer. That required a trip out to the field, which is costly and expensive for our customers. One of the worst things that we hear for our customers is machine down. And what machine down means is this tractor or this sprayer cannot go because something is wrong. For our ag retailer customers, that can be anywhere between $1,000 to $1,500 an hour in cost if they have machines that are not running. Now again, you take that times 30 machines that they're trying to manage, and that can be extremely costly to our customers. We've experienced it when we've had issues where our file transfer doesn't work. And again, a few years ago, that wasn't a big deal. But now, with Slingshot and other technologies that Raven makes, they have become extremely dependent on the technology. It's no longer a nice to have, it's an absolute need to have. So we've had really good conversations with a lot of our ag retailer customers where they just stress the importance of the technology. It is an integrated part of their operation. And if technology and connectivity isn't working, they have machines down. And when they have machines down, it's extremely costly for them. The other thing that we've noticed over the last few years is auto steer. So we make products that steer tractors and sprayers down the field. You have this younger generation of operators and applicators coming in. They've never driven a machine without auto steer. So to them, auto steer not working, that's machine down because they don't know how to drive it without that, or they're not comfortable driving it, or their manager is not comfortable with them driving that machine without auto steer working. So the technology has evolved enough over the last 10 years to where it is a critical piece of their operation. So again, with Slingshot, through connectivity, we can transfer files. We can remotely access field computers with the permission of the operator. They can manage their fleets. They have become so much more efficient. They become more profitable by adopting connectivity. And it's extremely important that that is a robust connectivity platform. So we recently introduced a new product which actually combines GPS, auto steer, and Slingshot connectivity into one unit, which is extremely exciting. But it's also in some areas we're reliant on 4G or LTE networks. So it's important for us and our customers that 4G and LTE connectivity are not just in the larger populated areas, because that's not as important to them. It has to work in rural markets. So that's extremely important to Raven. It's extremely important to our customers, and it's extremely important for our ability to continue to grow more food and feed a global population. So I wanted to provide just one more image as far as data, not just in agriculture, but everywhere. I mean, you cannot go to a trade show, a meeting, a presentation without somebody talking about big data. For us, what big data means, I talked about variable rate application. We talked about scouting, harvest data. So that's kind of your scorecard at the end of the year. You've done all this work in the field. You did this in your planting. Now that's kind of your scorecard at the end of the year. Okay, based on everything that I did this year, how did I do? And then you're going to take all of that and you're going to do analysis on that. You're going to overlay your as-planted maps. You're going to overlay your fertilizer maps. You're going to review your scouting, and you're going to put in a plan, and that's the recommendation part for next year. Okay, based on what I did this year, my analysis of it, next year I'm going to do this. And then that flies back into the variable rate application or the fertilizer application. So with that, hopefully that's a good quick overview of Raven technology, but also how important high-speed, robust connectivity is to our customers. Again, it's no longer a nice-to-have, it's not a need-to-have, it's absolutely critical that we have good, robust, high-speed connectivity in order for us to be able to solve the great challenge of feeding the world. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As we get queued up, my name is Rebecca Mark. I am the head of Government Relations and Public Affairs for Cruise Automation in San Francisco. So I'd like to thank Senator Thune and all of you for inviting us at Cruise Automation to come up here, visit the great state of South Dakota, and share with you a little bit about what we're working on over on the West Coast. Can we cue to the next slide, please? Oh, sorry. Modern marvels. So we are the driverless car company. As I mentioned, we believe in improving people's lives by making transportation easier and more efficient and more convenient. Our mission is to connect people to the people, places, and things they care most about. We were founded in 2013 by Kyle Vogt, a MIT-trained engineer whose life dream was actually to create the driverless car. We're headquartered in San Francisco, and we have expanded operations also in Phoenix metropolitan area, as well as Detroit Metro. In 2016, we were acquired by General Motors, and we operate as a wholly owned subsidiary. So despite how commonplace driving is, as we all know by the barrage of stats that you can see here and also are aware of, it's not always the safest medium. 96% of traffic accidents are due to human error. Over 32,000 people die every single year nationally as a result of traffic accidents. 25% of those accidents are due to distracted driving. 391,000 people are injured by distracted driving incidents every year, and 3,477 people are killed. We also have an inefficiency problem when it comes to our transportation. 96% of a car's life is spent immobile. $87.2 billion is spent on traffic costs alone every single year. 4.2 billion hours are spent working in traffic, laboring, and otherwise creating more inefficiencies. Our belief is that self-driving cars will reduce costs, save time, and open up more economic opportunities than perhaps we can dream of at this moment. Not only will they increase efficiency for all transit systems, I know that we have the rail speaking later. It's thinking about first mile, last mile solutions, and also thinking about the ways that you can now use that time that you would spend driving, doing other things you care most about. What we can also say is that society is changing. 10% cars sold in 2030 are believed to be used in a shared vehicle scenario. And I know that, or we also know that in 2030, we believe that 15% of cars sold will also have autonomous features. While I realize that ride sharing is still something that has fully yet to come here to South Dakota, what we are seeing is that the overall way that young people here and older are looking at driving is changing as well. Currently, we are seeing only 76% of people between the ages of 20 and 24 actually getting their driver's license. The notion of it being the rite of passage is slowly diminishing. That's down from 91% in 1983, just over 30 years ago. We can also see there's a decline currently from 45 to 69-year-olds, 60 to 64-year-olds, and also 70 and older. Why this matters here, particularly in South Dakota, is think about safety. To the chart on your left, you can see right now the impact of one of the worst incidents of distracted driving, drunk driving. Between 2003 and 2012, 537 people were killed as a result of drunk driving here in South Dakota. As you can also see, it's disproportionately impacting certain genders, and this is also something that is disproportionately impacting young people. The belief is that tomorrow, with self-driving cars, 80% less accidents will occur due to drunk and distracted driving. So our solution is the vehicle that you can see here that is currently rolling off the assembly plants in Orion, Michigan. What you can see on the top are multiple LiDARs, which is a combination between lasers and radars. What those allow is for a more robust view of the world around these vehicles at all times. We do use 4G LTE connectivity. While I would say that it is an important part, I think that we want to also make sure that everybody is aware fully that this is different from the current conversation around connected cars. We also have wheel encoders on the wheels because, as you understand, these vehicles need to be able to understand all conditions around the world around them at all times. We also have cameras to fill out the LiDAR's vision of the world, redundant actuators so we can make sure that if any system ever were to fail in the car, that there would be multiple backup systems that could take the place. And finally, we have radars as well. So I would consider, and we would consider our solution to be designed for full autonomy and engineered for safety. Many of you have heard about the different levels of autonomy. What we at Cruise Automation are talking about specifically with our Bolt EVs is that this is a level 4 to level 5 type vehicle. We have onboard city scale maps because we believe that the most detailed and specific maps of the surroundings around us allow our cars to best understand where to place themselves on the maps that we humans take for granted sometimes. We also are working to develop the understanding of the behaviors for all conditions in which humans can interact with these vehicles. We also are engineered for safety. So we, as I mentioned, are equipped with multiple redundant technologies to ensure that these vehicles can operate as intended at all times. And we also have people on staff at all hours these vehicles are driving in order to ensure that the two drivers that are behind the wheel at all times are aware of any scenarios that may occur. Where we currently test is on live streets in the city of San Francisco. We're also in Phoenix Metro in addition to Scottsdale and also in Detroit. So what I would like to do now is show you a quick video of currently how our vehicles are testing in live conditions in San Francisco city streets. And I'll mention it's in compliance with all California state law. Can we please play the video? So as you watch this video, imagine that you are leaving from a late night dinner, a late evening at work, or perhaps going to a show. And this is what your evening commute would look like on the way back. As you can see, our vehicle accounts for people walking across the crosswalk, or perhaps not. It stops at the stop signs and stop lights. It also accounts for illegal three-point turns. Yes, we do have trucks in San Francisco. So it's kind of boring, right? That's the entire point. Because these vehicles, we believe, are going to be something that is as commonplace as what it feels like right now to hop into your car or to get into a ride share. And to the point about unannounced folks running across the street, our cars spot that as well. So what I'll mention to anybody else that would like to see more of these videos, we have been posting our videos live onto YouTube as the car develops different technologies. And as you can see, we're very excited about the rapid ascension of the technology and how soon we believe that this will be provided to the consumer. So the common question we receive is, what's next? We're currently testing our vehicles on roadways in multiple states. We currently have 2 people behind the wheel at all times in every single car, one person that is able to take over at any time that we disengage the autonomous vehicle system, and another person as backup. We also have a dedicated public affairs team, which I lead, in which we have people that are going across the country to meet with the different state and federal and municipal lawmakers to ensure that all questions and considerations are being taken into account. As of late 2016, our vehicles have been produced on the Orion, Michigan GM manufacturing plant, and as of earlier this summer, over 130 have been produced. The first application of autonomous vehicles will be in ride-sharing fleets in major urban corridors. We believe that once it expands beyond that, it will operate more fully in other urban areas and then also expand to the broader public. Finally, we launched the Cruise to Anywhere app in August of this year. What this is an app that allows for our employees in San Francisco to hail a fully autonomous vehicle to take them wherever they may want to go at any point of time in downtown San Francisco. And so really when we talk about what's next, I'd like to bring your attention to this last video that we just ran a couple weeks ago. And I'll note that these are all employees, not paid actors. And while about 10% of our employees use this currently, we're rapidly expanding this to more. With that, thank you for giving us the time, and we appreciate the conversation.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Matt Rose. I appreciate Senator Thune's opportunity to come here and address the technology showcase. We've heard a little bit already about drones, and we've heard about the connected cab in the agricultural business. We've heard about just now from Rebecca about autonomous cars. I'm going to talk about the North American rail network and what's happening from a technology standpoint. Big scope, the U.S. rail network occupies about 140,000 miles of track, and it actually handles about 40% of all the gross ton miles that are moved in our country. BNSF operates 32,500 miles of track, and we operate about 10 million units a year, which is the largest railroad in the country. We operate about 1,400 trains a day, 7,500 locomotives, 230 freight cars. So the question you might ask is, so how does this network run without technology? And the answer is not very well. Driving investment in our infrastructure is truly our lifeblood. Since 2002, we've invested about $50 billion, and more of that is now going towards technology. This year, we'll spend about $3.4 billion and about $25 million right here in South Dakota. The biggest bucket, though, is to maintain our infrastructure. Technology allows much greater precision in where and how to replace the various assets that we have. Technology also gives us a much better granular real-time view of our assets and their maintenance cycles. So one of the biggest benefactors of capital investment and the use of enhanced technology is the improvement in safety. It's an amazing story that we've seen. It's benefiting our customers, our employees, and the communities such as here in the great state of South Dakota where we operate. We like to say the technology that we are developing is moving us from detection and inspections to predicting the precursor conditions of accidents and preventing them. It's turning our workforce from finders into fixers. It's like a big puzzle. The technology takes all the pieces of safe operation and continuously monitors them. We, too, apply big data to the gusher of data points generate access to the operation. Let's go a little deeper into three categories. First, track inspections. Second, wayside detection. And then third, positive train control. And we'll start with rail car inspections. We monitor everything in regard to the track. We have about 650 trained inspectors to cover more than 10 million miles of track inspection to perform visually inspections using custom vehicles shown here. We hope you'll get a chance to go outside and see one of those that's there. This fleet of specialized vehicles that you see here go well beyond the visual inspections that take place. We too are using drones for hard to inspect locations. In fact, BNSF got the first non-line of sight drone application through the FAA. And today literally, we are inspecting our track out on the Clovis, New Mexico subdivision. Recently, we've developed unmanned inspection cars that will continuously operate the railroad, giving us continuing information in real time. Turning to railroad equipment, as I mentioned, we have over 230,000 rail cars operating on the railroad every day. We have more than 2,000 trackside detectors monitoring every locomotive and car that travels on our network, looking for things like overheated bearings and damaged or worn components. Our detector network monitors the more than 1,400 trains a day moving on our system 24/7, some of which are traveling up to 70 miles per hour. For example, wheel temperature detectors use infrared technology to identify braking issues. Acoustic and hot bearing detectors are used to identify wheel bearing fatigue, and machine vision systems impact freight cars for defects using more than 10 different technologies. An analysis is performed on more than 30 million readings per day. Just think about that, 30 million readings per day, enabling us to monitor equipment health, generate alerts, and determine the severity of the issues identified. By applying advanced analytics, BNSF is developing a system that sees the big picture from the data being generated. Not only will we see what's happening on a particular rail car, we can see the linkages between all of these readings allow us to proactively predict issues before they occur. For example, when monitoring wheels, it's the interaction between wheel wear readings from our machine vision systems and wheel force readings from the wheel impact load detectors that help us identify a specific wheel of interest. So Rebecca talked about autonomous cars, and this next category I'm going to talk about is what we call positive train control. And you'll see a lot of the same similarities. It's truly the biggest technological change ever implemented in the railroad industry, bigger even, in my opinion, than the conversion of steam locomotives to diesel power. The technological complexity of the PTC system and the scope of its implementations are truly unprecedented. We will install PTC across 11,000 miles of track that handles 80% of our freight density. This technology literally did not exist 15 years ago. It's a system that we conceived at BNSF to be an off-the-shelf technology to overlay existing operations to automatically stop a train before certain types of accidents occur. We were in the process of developing it when Congress mandated it in 2008. Even then, it was far from off the shelf. We had to develop it from the ground up. I really am proud of the way that our railroads executed technology development and implementation, and a corollary to consider would be the federal government's implementation of the next-gen air traffic control system. Functionally, PTC integrates GPS, Wi-Fi, radios, antennas, base station software technologies into a process that prevents train-to-train collisions, enforces speed limits, protects roadway workers and equipment, and prevents the movement of a train through a switch that's in the improper position. PTC brings together newly developed technologies for locomotives, wayside communication equipment, and back office systems, and it involves the deployment of approximately 500,000 pieces of technology across the national railroad network. Since the technology needs to function within the railroad's existing communication and dispatching system, every train on the PTC network, each railroad is developing a separate PTC system which must interoperate with other railroads, which, as you can probably imagine, even more complicated. BNSF's on track to have the physical installation completed by the end of this year and will be operational by the 2018 deadline. We're currently operating PTC on almost 75% of our 90 mandated subdivisions, and we've already run PTC on more than 700,000 trips. We'll spend about $2 billion to implement this technology. PTC is not even fully implemented yet, and we've learned a lot. We're moving quickly to the next level of its capability to direct the movement of trains automatically and more efficiently, which will ultimately create more capacity on our lines. And we do have an actual demo of PTC in the back of the room. I hope you will get a chance to go back and look at that. The next one is what we call Movement Planner. It's a tool we have in development. It's really the next step in this process. It plans train operations while optimizing the use of the capacity in our network. With Movement Planner, current computer-aided dispatching is augmented with a system to auto-route for trains' most efficient movement. PTC will overlay Movement Planner to eventually utilize real-time location information to make the decisions automatically. So how will this be different than current operations? Our current method of train control, like all freight railroads, is what we call a fixed block system that relies on a signals and a fixed block distances between signals. Trains travel through a geographic fixed block of track with safe distances controlled by our signal system. By leveraging the technology installed for PTC, we can space our trains based on the location of a train in front of it instead of by the fixed blocks on the track. This will eliminate the need for signals, and instead of the train being able to be travel based on the geographic block of the track, the train can be based off the safety bubble established by the known location of the train in the front and the rear position. This would allow us to reduce our train spacing, maximize the capacity of our network, and optimize the rolling stock. It's simple, really. Decreasing the space between the trains will increase the amount of capacity that we currently have using the exact same infrastructure. Ultimately, the integration of PTC, Movement Planner, and other planning tools will increase efficiency and visibility in our train operations and maintenance teams. The bigger story here, though, is that all of these innovations demonstrate BNSF's commitment to continuous improvement and leveraging the technology to ensure safe, efficient operations and minimizing the disruption from moving our customers' freights, our employees, and the communities in which we serve. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
A big thank you to our panelists. Thank you. This is just awesome. And I have to tell you that my kids just texted me. They're watching this on the live stream, and they specifically said, "This is the boss." Okay, that's the ultimate compliment from my kids, that this is the boss. So you guys should feel proud. We're actually ahead of schedule, so we have some time for questions, and I know we have a roving microphone, so please ask our experts here. Go ahead. I was gonna.
Hi, Eric Erickson. This question is for Ryan from Raven. I'm wondering if any of the applied technology is being applied to aerial application. You still see crop dusters out there, and they're just putting down a wide spray. Seems like your precision doesn't match up with what they're doing.
Yep. So one of the reasons that crop dusters would still be used is if there's, say, like a bug infestation late in the season and you can't get a sprayer into the field, that's why they would still utilize that. So one of the things that you'll continue to see more of are like high clearance sprayers that are able to get in to the field at kind of later in the season. So, and we'll develop technologies for that. Auto steering becomes a challenge in those conditions, and the other reason that you'd be hesitant in bringing a machine in is you don't want to run over a whole bunch of crops. So the reason that you still see those are late season application, bug infestation or something like that comes into play. I know some of the OEM and machine manufacturers are looking at developing more equipment that can kind of deal with those, and then we'll likewise develop technologies that go on those pieces of equipment.
My question is for Ms. Mark. I'm in the government relations business, so I'm curious about the types of statute or ordinance changes that may be necessary in order to facilitate autonomous vehicles as they hit the roadways, and have you developed a model set of legislation for states and communities to look at least use as some type of a starting point for those kinds of discussions.
Absolutely. It's, I would say in one word, it's modernization. We're looking at everything from the fact that most of our laws, when they were written nearly 100 years ago relating to this, weren't imagining the Jetsons' future. And I think the primary message that we have for many of the municipalities, particularly in the dense urban areas where we think we can have the most immediate significant impact, is that this is coming a lot sooner than anybody, I think, imagined. And as to model framework, there's certainly a lot of conversations to be had at the different state levels. We've seen a lot of work done by Colorado. We've also seen it over in Washington State with the recent executive order that is encouraging for allowing the sort of certainty to have a company such as Cruise, and thanks to our robust work and integration with GM, to think about where we could potentially go.
So this is primarily for you, Matt, but I guess everybody as well. What is the distinction between you being forced by the federal government to do some of the new technologies that you're implementing and the other reasons that might be out there for implementing these technologies? And everyone else can answer that after you do as well.
So the one I just talked about, positive train control, will spend about $10 billion in the industry. BNSF will spend $2 billion. We were actually already in the process of designing it and implementing it. And I think things like that, just as long as there's always a cost-benefit analysis that passes muster, you will always see business gravitate to things that will provide more safety, lower cost of operation, provide that reliability, redundancy, things like that. We do have, without a doubt, a lot of stuff that government does mandate, and when we talk about the burdensome regulatory environment in the U.S., those are some of the things that need to be looked at and quite frankly, pulled back. We were in the process of doing positive train control before the federal mandate, so again, we just look at it in a little different way, I think.
I can touch on from the precision ag standpoint. One of the things that we try to be involved in is that there are different groups that will go out to Washington, D.C. and try to help promote precision technology. One of the things that we struggle with is, as new regulations and things like that come out, a lot of times they don't take into consideration the technology and what we're able to do from a technology standpoint. So it's important that Raven and other companies, even companies that we compete with, at least have a seat at the table so people understand, one, the technologies that are out there and how they can actually improve the application in the field.
Did anyone else want to answer that?
Maybe I'll just say a couple of things. I think that the same concept of being present in the arena where the regulations are being made so that our regulators can understand they need to move apace, but time has consequences. And when other parts of the world are moving ahead with unmanned UAS technology and we're not, then that is a concern. So we need to be at the table there. And also this is maybe a little bit tangential, but even talking about some of the technology that Xcel Energy is pursuing, I mentioned earlier the wind resources. And on the one hand, some time ago there were mandates. Today these technologies and this energy is the lowest cost, best solution for our customers. So technology and things evolve, and we want to stay ahead of that curve too.
Drones certainly have lots of capabilities, and Christy Fegan with the Public Utilities Commission. I happened to be with a farmer rancher, actually not from South Dakota, but somewhere else this winter, and he said to me, if a drone comes over my property, I'm just going to shoot it down. And I'm like, Pat, you may not want to do that because the federal government's involved with drones. How do you ensure that the landowners, transmission lines, of course, impact landowners, how do you inform landowners of the good drone that will be on their land versus the bad drone?
So before we conduct any sort of inspection, we do an analysis on state and local jurisdictional restraints or anything like that that we have to look at before we fly UAS. We also follow our current manned aviation procedures, and we notify all of our customers in that area that we will be flying UAVs within the vicinity. And in the case that we have right-of-ways where we need to enter their property, we ask for permission before we do so. So we are we try to be extremely transparent when we are operating these vehicles on other people's property and do our due diligence and looking at various local statutes and things like that to make sure that we're following law. The other thing is we're actively seeking lines that are in remote areas, so we're not doing this in highly populated metropolitan cities at this point in time. So.
We have time for probably a couple more questions.
Mike Fowler, Sioux Falls Tower. Excuse me. First question, two questions. Rebecca, just wondering, how does your car compare to things that are out there like Google's self-driving car, or Apple's doing that type of technology? Are you doing things that might be a little bit more the cutting edge, or are you reaching out to different communities to maybe try and assist in some form or fashions? Take, for instance, like seniors, right? The need for transportation is probably a big thing that's taking place within that realm. So anyway, first question, then second question would be just, we talked about cybersecurity and so forth in our last session. Just wondering, just for any of our panelists, what you're doing to safeguard against those as you look to increase the number of self-driving automobiles, trains, or anything else that might be increasing. Thanks.
Absolutely. No, to answer your second question about cybersecurity, we are absolutely taking it seriously, and it's something that we are grateful to have the robust background that GM has created as a leader on that issue, in addition to working with engineering software best practices to ensure that our cars are up to the highest security standards. As far as to how we compare, I think the latest count I heard is that there's over 250 different autonomous vehicle companies that are out there, from startup to OEM. So while I'm not here to comment about my competitors, we certainly all see an opportunity for this technology and why we need to bring it as quickly and safely as possible. And something that does certainly set us apart at Cruise is that we are testing in real world conditions 7 days a week through all hours of the day on the city streets of San Francisco. And so we aren't talking about proving grounds as our primary mode. We aren't talking about suburban areas. We want the toughest, hardest conditions possible to ensure that our cars are able to operate as quickly and benefit humanity as quickly as possible.
On cyber, we spend an enormous amount of time on it because of when we talk about train control technology and being able to have an attack on our signal system. We know I sit on the at&t board, so I get a lot of insight to what they're doing. Quite frankly, we always will buy services from a high-quality private network. The Wi-Fi traffic that is moved across this country accounts for, I think, about 75% of all the data that's run in our country today, and it's the lowest protected network. So when we see people start to do private Wi-Fi networks, things like that, we will migrate to that because we think that that is, when we look at our risk management systems, cyber has always been like number one or number two or number three in the last 10 years.
We're following a similar approach. So we are looking at private networks for telecommunications and command and control when we're operating unmanned aircrafts in large distances. We're looking at specific spectrums, aviation spectrums, so we can communicate with our aircrafts outside of the general public or even the LTT network. So we follow a similar approach.
Say from our standpoint, a lot of what has already been said, and also working with and partnering with different technology providers and suppliers that we have to make sure that our products are secure from a data and privacy standpoint, and then also working with others within the industry on developing standards around not just data, but data privacy concerns that our customers have.
Well, thank you guys for the great questions, and I'd like to just thank the panel one more time. Just very, very interesting, impressive topics, and you can tell that you all are the experts on this, and I think we absolutely tapped into the right folks to represent this. And again, please feel free to tap into these folks while they're still here in the room and continue the conversation through lunch. So thank you very much to our panel. Some of you remember to drop your business card into the bowl out on the table. So we have a couple of winners, and we have, interestingly, both SDN and at&t donated the same tablet giveaway. So I thought that was, great minds think alike. So for the first one from SDN, Mike Fowler. Is Mike here? All right. And the second one, donated by at&t, Dustin Pratt. It's all right. We are now going to have lunch brought to the tables, and we're going to prepare the stage for a much different format with Senator Thune. So we will be taking just about 10 minutes to get the lunch served, and then we'll come back and have a conversation with Senator Thune. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test. 1, 2. Oh, static. Wow. Check, check, check. Testing. Whoops. Oh, you know. Really? I can turn it down. Check. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2. Testing. You can give it lower than that if you like. Check. 1, 2. Is that any better? Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sony's thing. Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, yeah. Huh. Hang on a second. Let me see. Check. Whoa. Check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing. This is boy. This is. I don't know if this is going to work for you, but it's a lot clearer. Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing. Okay. Check, 1, 2. Testing. Microphone check. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. That'll work? Okay.
Yep, thank you so much. No problem.
If everyone could please take a seat, they'll come find you and be bringing your lunch to you at the table. Thank you.
now off the stage. So, yeah. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Let's test this mic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. Mic check. I can hear me, so I'm guessing it works. Thank you. Okay, let's try it once more. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we'll keep trying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a little bit echoey, isn't it? Yeah. We can do handhelds, sure.
Oh, this one's still on. That was me.
You want Jodi to check that?
I'm sure.
When I come Lori. I'm
Nice to see you. Thanks for having me. This one is on.
Is that still on?
It's on.
Good.
Yeah.
That's when I dropped this. That's what it picked up.
Check, 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 check. Testing 1. Testing 2. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. 1, 2.
Dangerous rain. Remnants of Harvey are dumping up to 6 inches of rain and
Well, while everyone is enjoying their lunch, we have a very special treat, and I know it's what we've all been waiting for all day. But we're so fortunate to have Senator John Thune here, who has been such a champion of exactly what we've been talking about all day. And we're going to have a little different format where we have Jodi Schwan have a conversation with Senator Thune. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Jodi. Thank you.
As Cheryl said, I'm Jodi Schwan, and I have worked in Sioux Falls since 2002, most recently since earlier this year as the owner of SIOUXFALLS.BUSINESS, which is hopefully the only shameless plug I will give you today. If you've not checked that out yet, www.SIOUXFALLS.BUSINESS. We cover a huge variety of area business news, and Senator, I guess I should apologize here off the top because while I'm a business reporter, business journalist today, for a number of years I was a political reporter, and probably the only thing worse for an elected official other than a political reporter is a former political reporter who probably has years worth of questions stored up, so there's no telling what could happen today. Our guest, my guest probably needs no introduction, Senator John Thune. His full bio is in the packet at your tables, but I want to call a couple points in there to your attention. The first is that the senator is the chairman of the powerful Senate Commerce Committee, and throughout this discussion we'll be addressing some of the issues affecting business that are going through his committee. I covered him when he was a freshman senator, and now he is the third ranking member of the U.S. Senate. So a lot of leadership there, and we have a lot of business leaders in the room. So I'm going to start on the topic of leadership, because working in Washington must certainly feel a bit different today than maybe it did this time last year. As an outsider, it's hard for me to even conceptualize, how things may have changed. So bring me inside your world, if you can, a little bit. What's it like to work in Washington today?
Well, good question, Jodi. We're in kind of an entirely new environment in Washington. Elections obviously bring about change, and this one brought about significant change in terms of the administration that we now work with. But, my job, at least, representing South Dakota in the Senate, is it hasn't changed a lot in the sense that the issues I care about are still the same issues, but I think the way in which now we try and get results is a work in progress. And we have a new president who is new to this process. People wanted to get someone who was kind of unconventional, outsider, so to speak, in the White House, and that happened last fall. So the process of trying to get legislative accomplishments through the House, through the Senate, on the President's desk is challenging. And from a leadership standpoint, in the Senate at least, we have 52 Republican senators, and you have to have 50 plus the vice president, because we have the vice president in the chair to get anything done. And that's if you do it through the process that we refer to as reconciliation. It's an expedited process. Normally it takes 60 votes in the Senate to do anything. So, you know, it's always challenging, but trying to, particularly when you're doing big consequential things, herd the cat, so to speak, is really hard, because hard things are, you know, they're hard for a reason. Some of the things that we're trying to take on, healthcare reform, tax reform, haven't been done in a long time. And they're issues that are very personal for a lot of people across the country. So the leadership challenge of trying not only to lasso and herd our own conference is one challenge. Trying to reach out and incorporate Democrats in the process is another one. But I've had a lot of success on our committee. You mentioned Commerce Committee. It's a committee that we worked very hard to try and build bipartisan consensus on all the major issues, and I think we've had a good record of success doing that. We had a lot of bills signed under President Obama. In fact, I think of the 77 bills that we reported out of that committee at the last 2 years of the Obama administration, we got 64 of them signed into law. So you have to, you know, you kind of have to adapt your leadership to what the circumstances are, and we're trying to adapt to our new environment, but it's a challenge.
You've been in Washington long enough, I think, to make this comparison, and I understand it's early with this administration, but initially, I mean, how does a Trump White House compare to a Bush White House, a Clinton White House?
Well, I mean, this is the fourth administration that I've had the opportunity to work with since I've been in Congress. I worked with the Clinton administration, Bush, Obama, and now Trump. And this one is just different because you're talking about somebody who has really no prior experience in government. Most of those people came into those offices had been governors, you know, had been involved in politics for some time, and so came into it with a sort of a base of knowledge about how to make the trains run in Washington, D.C. And this administration comes into it with a very, very novel and different approach. And certainly in terms of the way they communicate their agenda, too. You know, I mean, we're not accustomed to having a president who uses social media to communicate with the American people. So that's changed a lot, and, you know, thanks to the good work of a lot of the people in this room, we keep coming up with new and innovative ways in which to communicate. But I think that's been certainly a challenge, and I think, too, just the idea of working with someone who's never been involved in a political or governmental process, so to speak, ever before, is entirely different. And certainly, like I said, I mean, it's a work in progress. We're sort of learning how to get along, and we need the president needs Congress if we're going to get anything done for the country.
I know for a while there were a number of vacancies within the administration that were making it hard to just get things done. Has that improved? Are you still waiting on hiring?
Well, we are, and there are a lot of vacancies in key positions throughout the administration. And part of it is, you know, there were, and to be fair, I think, you know, the administration was sort of slow in getting names up there, but at the same time, the Democrats in the Senate have made it very, very difficult to get a lot of people in place. And they have you know, in the Senate, one person can literally shut the place down. We've had to invoke cloture to get some of the nominees through. We're going to have to do that, for example, with Ajit Pai, who's up to continue to be the chairman of the FCC, which a lot of the people in this room care a lot about. So they can't stop it because they changed the rules back in 2013 to allow for nominees to be approved at a 51 vote threshold in the Senate, but they can certainly slow it down, and they've used the powers that they have in the Senate to slow that process down. So, but it's starting to move. It freed up. We got a bunch of them through right before Congress broke for the August break, a lot of key positions in several agencies. And under our committee's jurisdiction, we have DOT, Commerce, FCC, FTC, a lot of independent agencies. We have about 100 people that we have to confirm, or at least report out of our committee to get confirmed by the Senate. And I'm not sure exactly where we are on that list right now, but we've got a long ways to go.
Okay. Well, you mentioned social media, so I'm driving over here, and I had news radio on, and they are talking about the latest from Washington. I couldn't even tell you what the topic is, to be honest with you, but they said, well, all we've heard so far has come through Twitter. It's like, well, what kind of new world are we living in? Let me say, first of all, as a member of the media, it's great that we don't have to keep refreshing your feed to know what you think about key issues. But You know, communicating information through social media is one thing, but I think I probably speak for many when I say the tone on some of this has not exactly been what we would call South Dakota nice. So, I mean, what are your thoughts on the initial tone that the president has taken through social media?
Well, I think that the president doesn't really have a filter. So whatever he thinks, I mean, he pretty much says, and I think we've had to get used to that. And you know, obviously, his detractors and his critics, of which there are many, also, you know, like to counterattack, and so he's used to that. He comes from a world where that was sort of the norm, and some of us, that's had not been the norm. I mean, you know, there's sort of the kind of conversations that you have that are a little bit more, I would say, guarded and maybe not quite as raw as what we see in the political discourse that we have today. But I do think that social media has contributed to, in many respects, the kind of the tone, because I think it enables people, in some cases with anonymity, to be able to say things that they perhaps otherwise wouldn't say. But I think it's important, I've said this publicly, I think it's important for the president, if he's going to use social media to communicate, you know, to be restrained and to use it for purposes that are talking about his agenda, but not to get involved in personal contention. I've said this before, and I'm paraphrasing Abraham Lincoln, but Abraham Lincoln once said something to the effect that anyone who wants to make the most of his or her life can't avoid the time to get involved in personal contention. And I think that sometimes the president tends to get distracted by what people are saying about him instead of staying focused on the agenda. And if he's using social media to communicate about his agenda and the things he wants to get done for the country, then I think that's that's an effective use. But there are uses of it that I don't think are effective.
Yeah, for sure. I want to talk a bit about health care, huge issue for the country. A lot of people in this room. The president has blamed the Senate for the initial failed attempt to repeal and replace it. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I think that in the end, the only way we get a successful outcome is if the president and the Congress can figure out a way to work together. So I don't think it's probably useful for him to be, you know, attacking the Congress or attacking the Senate or individual senators for that matter. But we share our part of the blame for sure. I mean, we promised and committed that we would get this repealed and replaced, and so far that we haven't succeeded. We came one vote short in the Senate. We put together what I thought was a fairly balanced bill, but when we took it to the floor, eventually we were one vote shy. Now, I think eventually we will get there simply because the issue is not going away. You know, even here in South Dakota, if you're in the individual marketplace, you've seen your insurance premiums increase by 124% since 2013. And the number of carriers in South Dakota at one time was 17. We're now down to 2. So the market's collapsing, rates continue to skyrocket, and I don't think that changes. So I think the pressure is going to stay on, and at some point there's going to be a reckoning, and people are going to come to the conclusion that it's better for us to act. So I think eventually we get to 50 in the Senate, and we'll get something to the president, but at least for now, we're pivoting to some of the other items on the agenda until we can find a pathway that gets us to 50.
Well, and that was my next question. What is the pathway? Do we know?
Well, I think that you know, there's always a new idea that emerges at the 11th hour that somebody, this is going to be the thing, this is the silver bullet. I don't think there is a silver bullet. I think this is hard stuff. The individual market had problems before Obamacare. Obamacare has made those problems worse. And the question, I think, in front of us is, you know, what's the best way to try and rescue or salvage some sort of a free market economy when it comes to healthcare insurance in the individual market? And remember that 61% of the people in the country get their healthcare through their employer, 22% through Medicaid, 18% through Medicare, and the individual market's about 6%. So we didn't touch the employer market. We don't touch Medicare, so you take about almost 85% of it, or 80% of it off the table, and then you're trying to fix the, you know, that individual market part. And I think ultimately the solution is distributing power out of Washington, allowing states to design solutions that work better for their individual populations. Because if one thing has become apparent to me throughout this entire discussion, it's that there is no one-size-fits-all. Every state is different. Every population across this country is different, has different needs. And so our philosophy all along has been, let's get more of the decision-making, allow states to design solutions with federal assistance, And I think anything that ultimately emerges will incorporate very largely that idea.
So is it safe to say there's no clear timeline for revisiting it at this point?
I wouldn't put any timeline on it. I think the timeline is when 50 Republican senators come up and say, I'll vote for this.
Okay.
We spent literally hours and hours and hours, I think, as you know, trying to negotiate with individual senators. And, you know, obviously, any one senator can, you know, vote their own way. And that's what we saw when it ultimately came up.
I want to talk about the economy. I mean, really, by and large, I think the economy is strong. Obviously, there are segments, particularly in South Dakota, that could be doing better. But I think there continues to be optimism, and I think there is a lot of optimism baked into some of these numbers, particularly as far as it concerns regulatory changes and some things being repealed. Is there anything specific in the works that you can share that would be of interest to this audience?
Well, I mean, I think there are several things that are being done, and one, as you mentioned, is lessening and easing the regulatory burden. I think has been something that has changed the attitude and the sort of the psyche in the business community, and it's created more of an incentive to invest. They feel like the government's not going to be layering, you know, heavy regulations on top of them. I do think that tax reform is a huge issue. If we can get that done, you know, the tax code is just it's overly complicated, it's outdated, it's non-competitive. We're losing market share and jobs and businesses to other countries around the world because we have the highest tax rate, business tax rate in the industrialized world. So that's a huge issue, I think, in terms of growth. To your point, you know, the one thing that we're seeing in South Dakota is we have really low unemployment, which creates all kinds of workforce issues. And the question is, you know, okay, if you got really low unemployment, why are we not seeing wages come up with that? And I think there are a couple of reasons. One, I think, is that there's still a lot of folks who haven't come back into the labor force. There's some slack in the labor market from people who haven't returned and are starting to return. And there are a lot of people who are working in part-time jobs that would like to work in full-time jobs. So I think there's still some slack that's coming out. But once we get that out, I think you'll start seeing that reflected in higher wages. As the demand for labor goes up, the price for labor will go up with it. And I also think, too, that, you know, just from the workforce standpoint here in South Dakota, if you look at any business, and I talk to a lot of them, it is a huge, huge issue. And so I'm hoping as wage levels start to come up, we'll start to see, you know, people's incomes get better. And I'm hoping we'll start to see some of the growth numbers improve, too. The one thing that we haven't seen, even though unemployment is fairly low, is we're just not getting good growth in the economy. And that's a function, really, of capital investment, labor, and productivity. And hopefully, as we get the labor numbers pushed back up, we'll get the productivity gains that we need to see the growth rate come up. And I think tax reform will have a lot to do with growth.
Yeah, and on the topic of tax reform, I don't feel like we've seen any really specific proposals from the president on this yet. I think a lot of people are expecting them. Do you have any sense of what might be coming and when?
Well, I don't know that we're going to see a specific proposal from the administration actually in legislative language. I think they've laid out a principles statement. And I think they're largely going to leave the details to Congress, or at least work with Congress. But I think you'll see at some point sort of a convergence of the White House, House, and Senate behind a plan or that we can move forward. And I think it's going to consist of a couple of things. One is rate reduction. We have to get rates down. And, you know, if you want to get pop in terms of growth in the economy, that's the best thing that you can do is reduce the rates. And secondly is allow for faster cost recovery, and that's something that I've focused on, particularly for pass-through businesses, small and medium-sized businesses, which really are an engine for economic growth in this country, you know, to allow them to recover their cost of investment faster, capital faster, so it frees up capital they can invest in expanding and growing their businesses and creating new jobs. So we've got a series of ideas that deal with cost recovery, and I'm hoping those are going to be incorporated. I've already introduced several bills dealing with tax reform, and particularly as it pertains to pass-throughs, which we have, you know, largely here in South Dakota. And then I think the big issue that will, particularly the larger publicly held multinational companies want to see, is they want to see that rate get down. And I think if the rate gets down under 25%, you're going to see a lot of folks who are willing to give up deductions, exclusions, preferences that they have in the code today in exchange for that lower rate. So I think it's going to be rate reduction, cost recovery are two key factors that really drive growth, and I think those are two things that you'll see in any final bill.
Where would you put the odds of that happening as far as rate reduction goes?
Well, I think that it's going to happen if we get a bill, and I'm hoping that we get a bill by the end of the year. And there's been a lot of work that's been done. I mean, you know, I sit on the Senate Finance Committee as a tax writing committee in the Senate, and you know, we've been working now for several years to try and put together a list of ideas and policy options that we can choose from and make some decisions about and then move forward. There are two kind of big questions and that have to get answered or have to get agreed upon before I think we can get a 50 votes for a bill in the Senate. And one is, what is the baseline? You know, what is the, you're going to use a current policy baseline or a current law baseline, and there is a significant difference in the amount of revenue that you have to raise depending on which you use. So the baseline is going to be an important decision. Secondly, are you going to assume that we're going to use a macroeconomic model? In other words, when Congressional Budget Office or Joint Committee on Taxation score tax proposals, they do it based upon a static model. If you change this rate over here, you're going to lose this amount of revenue. What they don't take into consideration is how that affects behavior in the economy, and so is there going to be a growth dividend associated with it, and whether or not we're going to use a macroeconomic score. And I happen to believe that we ought to use some amount of macroeconomic scoring, what they call dynamic scoring, basically, to reflect a dynamic economy. And, but that's not something that's a unanimous or necessarily, even at this point, a consensus view within our conference.
I want to move a bit toward trade now.
Is that more than you wanted to know?
Well, no, I mean, I think it gives us a good sense of where we're at. And the fact that you said there might be movement this fall, frankly, that's encouraging. I want to move on and talk a bit about trade now. NAFTA, of course, under fire from the president for much of the campaign. He's said very little about it now. You know, what are your thoughts as far as where South Dakota farmers are stacking up in terms of trade today and how they might benefit from some type of revision?
Well, we're very dependent on trade. You know, we have about a third of the crops, real crops in South Dakota that are planted that end up going to the export market. So we need a robust, you know, trade policy. And the thing that concerns me about where the president has been, at least in terms of his rhetoric, is even with respect to NAFTA, Trans-Pacific Partnership, some of these other multilateral trade deals, is, you know, he talks a lot about, you know, American industries, which I get. But the thing that we have to remember in an ag state is agriculture needs trade. We need to be out there expanding, opening up markets, and trying to lower barriers that countries have to our goods. And so, for example, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, which the president withdrew immediately after he was elected, had been negotiated largely, and there were some things in there that were very good for agriculture. Japan has a 38% tariff on beef. TPP lowered that down to 9%. And so it gave us more access into the Asian marketplace. And, you know, the countries that were a party to the Trans-Pacific Partnership represent 40% of the world's GDP. So we need to be in that part of the world. And if we're not going to do it through a multilateral trade deal, we need to be aggressively negotiating bilateral trade agreements. And I hope that, I've made that very clear to the administration. The NAFTA renegotiation started 10 days ago and will continue in September. And I think the key there is just do no harm. I mean, when it comes to agriculture, just don't mess with it, because it's been pretty good, and I think most of our farmers and ranchers would tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's talk budget if we can. 1/3 of South Dakota's budget comes from federal dollars. So this supports programs like education, transportation, healthcare, housing. You know, what's your sense of the budget environment going forward? And is there anything in particular from South Dakota's standpoint that you're going to be watching closely?
Well, first off, you know, we're in the process of writing a new farm bill. And so we're looking at, obviously, what kind of a budget baseline we're going to have to work with. The current farm bill expires about this time next year. And so we're already laying out, I've introduced a number of ideas that I hope will be incorporated in the next farm bill. But that's something we'll be watching. And the key, too, for farmers in South Dakota now, I mean, there are a lot of issues with respect to agriculture, because it's, you know, there are 13 titles in the Farm Bill, And so we're looking at things that we can improve in each of those areas. But first and foremost, they want to make sure that crop insurance stays intact. And that really has become the cornerstone safety net. And there are always attempts to cut funding to crop insurance. So we'll be watching that. That could be that's obviously a South Dakota impact. There are other areas, Medicaid, for example, about $1 trillion, or I shouldn't say $1 trillion, $1 billion in South Dakota gets spent on Medicaid, but about $600 billion, $600 billion of that comes from federal sources. So obviously that's something that our state follows very carefully. I think to your point, though, if you look at the budget as a big pie and you divide it up into different little pieces of pie, right now about 4/6 of it is if you take out Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, what we call entitlement spending, mandatory spending, it's 2/3 of federal spending. And that's the stuff that's growing faster and faster and faster. And the other 1/3 of the budget, 2/6 or 1/3, you got is what we call non-defense discretionary spending. That's funding for schools and parks and roads and things like that. And then the other 6 is defense. So, if we're going to do something to impact federal spending, we have to start taking on these entitlement programs. And that's why the healthcare debate was so important. We, for the first time, literally since its creation, ended the open entitlement status of Medicaid by converting it into a per capita payment program that would increase over time, increase every year with the rate of inflation, but get away from the open entitlement nature of that. Because if you keep this thing on the trajectory that it's on today, these entitlement programs are literally going to bankrupt the country.
I should mention we're about halfway through our conversation with Senator Thune. I'm going to leave some time for your questions, so please be thinking of those, and we will come to the audience nearing the end of the program. Let's transition now, though, and talk about the Commerce Committee. And you mentioned this off the top, that this is a committee, let's give credit here, that gets things done, that manages to come together and find consensus in a very partisan environment. So how have you done it?
Well, I think that part of it is, a lot of it has to do, you've got to try and find, what the doable is. Everybody comes to it with their ideas about what they'd like to see, and you really have to reduce it down to, okay, what are where's that common ground? Can we find the common ground? And I think that our committee works really hard to achieve that, so that when we report bills out, most of them come out of the committee with a bipartisan vote, and then when they get to the floor, it's a lot easier to transact on the floor if you've got a good, strong bipartisan vote coming out of the committee. So, yeah, we've had a lot of good luck in the last few years on our committee and getting results and getting things across the finish line. And we have a vast jurisdiction. We have what I call trains, planes, and automobiles. We have all things transportation. We have technology, so we have internet and a lot of those issues. And of course, we've got the space program, we've got oceans, it's a fun committee. We've got all the professional sports, which I find is kind of the interesting part, one of the interesting parts of the committee, because I'm a sports fan, as you know. But it does reach into a lot of different areas. And so we're always trying to figure out, and I have the good fortune, I work with the Democrats on the committee well. The ranking Democrat, Bill Nelson from Florida, and I and our staffs have a good working relationship. We try and seek out members on both sides, Republican and Democrat, when we're talking about an issue that have an interest in that, find out what are the things you have to have in a bill, and then we just try and negotiate it from there. But generally speaking, when we bring a bill to the committee, it has been very thoroughly vetted, negotiated, and if we can get it across the finish line in the committee, there's a pretty good chance we're going to be able to move it on the floor.
Good example for the rest. You and Democrat Senator from Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar, have a good working relationship across party lines, across state lines. Has there been anything recently that you two have found common ground on that might be of interest here regionally?
Well, we're working on a bill that just passed the Senate that hopefully will get passed by the House and on the President's desk, dealing with call completion. And within the Commerce Committee's jurisdiction, there are a number of bills that Amy's on the committee, and she is a Democrat, as you mentioned, who I work with not only because we have regional commonalities, but she is somebody who is reasonable on a lot of issues, I think, and we have some Democrats that I'm never going to get on any issue, but we have a good, I think, success rate on issues under the committee's jurisdiction, but we also work on a lot of other things, trade, agriculture, and so you asked me to name specifics, and there are a lot of bills right now that we got out there that we're working on, but the one I can think of most immediately comes to mind is one that we just got through the Senate that'll eventually make it to the President's desk that deals with, in rural areas, call completion, which a lot of our carriers out here will tell you is a big issue.
Yeah, let's talk a bit more about that. I think the FCC has said that maybe it's not such a big issue anymore.
Right.
You, I'm guessing, would maybe take issue with that.
Well, we do, and we've tried to work with the FCC to get it addressed there, and with little success. But I think that's why doing it through legislation is probably the best way to create the kind of certainty out there and to get a pathway to where we actually get the issue addressed. So it's been a work in progress over several years. It's an issue that the carriers out here will tell you has been a problem for them for a long time. And so I'm hoping now that we'll eventually start to make some headway and get moving in the right direction with the bill.
On that Commerce Committee, I'm guessing another big issue that comes across your desk is 5G. For people over here who maybe are not as familiar with that technology, can you give us a simple definition for one, and then tell us how you're trying to foster it?
Well, there is no formal definition for 5G. Can I hand that into your phone here?
Yeah.
But this is, you probably have LTE on here?
Looks like it, yep.
Yeah, that's fourth generation technology. Fifth generation technology hasn't been formally defined, but there are lots of companies that are designing products and services that will ride on what we call 5G networks. But it's basically the next generation of technology. And it will require slightly different infrastructure, but you're talking about higher speeds, more data capacity, and hopefully a much better user experience with fifth generation technology. But in terms of infrastructure, it's going to be a lot smaller cells. Right now we have some big macro towers that are used to deliver signal, and this will require a smaller footprint, but more of them. And I think that's kind of where technology is headed. And so what we're trying to do is lay the groundwork and make it easier for companies to invest in that next generation of technology. And part of that is, streamlining siting and permitting and applications and that sort of thing. Some of it's freeing up more spectrum, which is what the Mobile Now bill does. But 5G technology is something that every country around the world is moving toward. And the question is, who's going to get there first? And I think we need to win that race.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if you can see the finish line, but if you can, how close are we to it?
Most people think you hit 5G by about 2020. But it's critical in a lot of areas. You think of the applications here in South Dakota, and obviously we're working on something in the Commerce Committee right now with autonomous vehicles, and that relies on this next generation of technology as well. But healthcare, e-healthcare delivery, there's a demonstration back here in the room. I was just talking with the Burlington Northern Santa Fe folks, who I think you heard from earlier. Matt Rose was here, about positive train control and how that depends upon 5G technologies. And so there's just all these things that are going to require more and more connectivity and higher speeds, and we've got to get there first, because we're competing with the Asians and the Europeans. Everybody wants to win that race.
Mm-hmm. I'm using this to track our time, by the way. I'm not checking Twitter. I couldn't tell you if anything's happened in the last 30 minutes.
If Trump tweeted
right?
In the last
No,
30
I know.
minutes.
You never know what could pop up in the line of questioning there. If any of you have, remember, there will be questions at the end of the program. But yeah, you mentioned, the race for even autonomous vehicles, and legislatively, obviously, the Congress has a key role to play in that. It's not something that I track on a daily basis, so when I check in, I'm always surprised to see how close, really, we are from a technology standpoint to being able to deliver this. How close are we from a policy standpoint?
Well, that's the thing. The research is moving forward, and it's moving forward way faster, I think, than anybody ever thought. I went for a ride in an Audi A7, which will be on the market commercially next year. It's what they call a level 3. There are 5 levels of autonomous vehicles, level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 being the most advanced. So this is level 3, but we were driving down Interstate 395 in Washington, D.C., and they basically, when the driverless feature takes over, it speeds up, slows down, changes lanes. There are 20 sensors on the vehicle, all of which they're feeding information, data in, and the car making decisions. And I said, well, how does the car determine how fast you drive? And it actually reads the speed limit. And I said, well, in South Dakota, we drive faster than the speed limit. So, how are you going to override the
Yeah. You're a spectator in this thing, aren't you? I mean, really.
So, but anyway, that's one of the data points that they use. But that's how far along this stuff is already. And, so it's really advancing. Google's out there, GM's out there, Ford's out there. Everybody is in this space right now. And so what we need to create are some clear rules of the road. And from a policy standpoint, there are a lot of questions you have to answer. I mean, historically, when it comes to vehicles, the federal government regulates the vehicle, the states regulate behavior or the driver. Well, if there's no driver, so who defining what those rules are, and from a liability standpoint, if you don't have a driver and there's an accident, who's the insurance? How's the insurance company cover in a situation like that? So there are a lot of questions that have to be answered, and we're trying to answer those, but put in place a policy framework that will guide and ensure that the technology is moving forward, but it's moving forward safely. And safety's got to be the number one priority. But the reason people are so excited, rightly so, about this technology is there are 35,000 people killed every year on America's highways. 94% of those are human error. So it's either distracted driving or driving under the influence. And if you can take that out of the equation, just think of the number of lives that you can save.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those technologies, much like the internet, that's going to change everything.
It is going to be incredibly disruptive.
Yeah,
incredibly
will lead
disruptive.
to policy
In
change
fact,
that we've seen.
to that point,
Yeah.
we had I'm working with some Democrats on my committee on this, one of whom is from Michigan, Gary Peters, who's interested in this because obviously he's got a lot of the auto manufacturers there. But the Teamsters figured out that this could affect truckers.
Sure.
And so now there's a question about how we're going to deal with the issue of how it might affect truckers. But it is going to be incredibly disruptive.
And obviously it's a federal issue, but it varies state to state so much based on level of preparedness. I feel like Michigan, to your point, a real leader. South Dakota probably is still in some of the early stages, I would think, of addressing some of those implications. So when I walked in here, probably about 20 minutes or so before you did, literally the first word that I heard was drones. So they have obviously been discussing this throughout the day.
Right.
But, from a policy standpoint, I guess, is this on your agenda, and where are you at with issues related to that technology?
Well, again, it's another incredibly, I think it's going to be transformative technology ultimately. And we are interested in it. We've got an FAA bill that we have to try and transact before the end of this fiscal year, which is September 30th. My guess is we'll probably end up doing a short-term extension, but the issue of drones is a big part of that conversation, and because there's so much interest in it. I mean, the folks in this room, you've got phone companies, utility companies,
the media.
Farmers, ranchers, the media. Yeah, I mean, there's just a huge interest in what the applications of this. So again, you've got to figure out how can you do this in a safe way, and how do you balance local law, state law, federal law, all those things, and try, traditionally the FAA regulates the airspace in the country. Well, state and local governments are interested when it comes to drones and having their own say in this too, and that's become one of the kind of sticking points that we're having to deal with. But it's an issue that will be included in the FAA bill that we transact later this year.
I want to talk a bit about an issue of importance to a lot of people in this room, net neutrality. Give me a sense of what you're trying to achieve there.
Well, the open internet or net neutrality is something that's been a very divisive issue politically, but I don't think it has to be. I mean, I think there are basic principles of net neutrality that we could all agree on and that we could incorporate into law. And that's why I would like to give Congress an opportunity to weigh into this rather than having the FCC constantly moving, changing depending on who's in the White House on this issue. President Obama's FCC, the chairman at that time, Tom Wheeler, decided to go down this path of basically regulating the internet under Title II of the 1934 Communications Act as a public utility, basically in the same way that you would, regulated a phone company. And that's a very, in my view, sort of heavy-handed approach to it. And the reason I think the internet has been so successful in this country and in the world is because of the light touch of regulation. And I think we want to maintain that light touch. So I think there are basic principles that we can agree on. One would be that there shouldn't be any blocking of legal content. There shouldn't be any unnecessarily throttling of internet speeds. There ought to be transparency when it comes to network practices and user agreements and things like that. I think there are a series of things that we could incorporate into a bill that would provide those sort of rules for the open internet that everybody could agree on and provide certainty. The thing I think we need in the entire internet ecosystem is legal and regulatory certainty, and we don't have that today. Everything goes to court, everything gets litigated, and it's really chilling investment. And if we want to win the race to 5G technology, we've got to be investing. And if you don't know, if you've got regulatory uncertainty, it really chills investment. And we've seen that happen since the net neutrality rule was adopted a couple of years ago.
Okay, we're going to go to your questions soon, but I'm going to wrap with a little bit of South Dakota trivia for you, which is that at one point, former South Dakota Senator Larry Pressler actually held the same position that Senator Thune did as chair of the Commerce Committee. And years ago, he said that he wanted his mark on that committee to be increasing competition to the point that it lowered your cable bill. Now, if you want to repeat that as someone whose bill just went up, I'm okay with that. But you could go a lot of other directions in today's landscape. Have you thought about what you'd like your real mark on this committee to be?
Well, I mean, I think that, obviously we want to be a committee that is responsive and can act quickly, hopefully in a way that finds the consensus and creates good policy conditions that are good for economic growth. I think the Commerce Committee, because of its jurisdiction, touches so many different areas of the economy. So if there's an infrastructure bill, for example, we're going to be involved in that because we've got rail, we've got aviation, we've got part of the roads, and we also have broadband, which I think ought to be in an infrastructure bill. I think infrastructure needs to incorporate broadband, and we're already working on the next generation, if you will, or follow-on legislation to mobile now that will create the kind of incentives that we need for broadband deployment in both wired and unwired technologies going forward. So we're looking at that, the infrastructure piece. That's something obviously that you want to be, would like to be part of your accomplishment. And then I think too, getting us to 5th generation technology. And mobile now helps move us in that direction because it frees up additional spectrum and hopefully makes it easier to get projects cited, working with the government and that sort of thing. So there are a lot of things that we're doing in the technology space and the transportation space, all of which I hope continue to keep the country on the creative cutting edge when it comes to technology and growth. And so those are the things I guess I'd like to be focused on.
Great. Anything you'd like to add before we open it up for questions that you are working on or prioritizing?
I think you've covered it all. I guess if we could get a solution on net neutrality, that would be a huge win. I think that's a win for the American people and a win for everybody in this room. And I think legislatively is the best way to accomplish that. So we're open for business. I've made that very clear to the Democrats on the committee, and I'm hoping that we're going to have a partner here in the not too distant future.
Okay, it's your turn. Who's got a question for Senator Thune? Vernon has the microphone. He will come to you. We got about 10 minutes for questions.
Good afternoon, sir. Mike Carney, Lake Area Technical Institute. First, I'd like to thank you for all the hard work you do for South Dakota and help that you provided Lake Area Tech. You're certainly a strong supporter and one of the reasons we are where we are today. Could you talk a little bit about some of the work the Commerce Committee has been doing on the workforce skills gap and some of the ways forward that you see that?
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Mike. And Mike came out and testified at a Commerce Committee hearing recently that we had on workforce issues. And, we don't have, because, again, it's something that affects commerce in this country, we claim a certain amount of jurisdiction, but it's not something that falls entirely under our committee's jurisdiction. But we're trying to explore and examine what are the things that we ought to be doing as a country, as an economy, to address these workforce issues. And Lake Area Tech has a wonderful reputation. As I think probably a lot of people in this room know, 99% of the folks that go through there are placed, get jobs coming out of Lake Area Technology. So they're doing some really good and innovative things, and I think that we want to look to those examples for how we can better address the workforce challenges that we have in our economy today. But as I mentioned earlier, it's a huge issue. I mean, it doesn't matter what sector of our economy you talk about, going across South Dakota, every place you run into businesses, you run into this issue of the workforce. And the challenges that people are having, if you're in retail, in the services sector of the economy, you hear all the time about how they're having to, close down for certain parts of the day because people don't show up, they can't keep people there. And some of our smaller communities, the unemployment rate's under 3%. And, when it comes to hospitals and healthcare and those types of things, I mean, I was talking to the hospital administrator in Gregory a few weeks ago who, can't find people to fill jobs there, and the unemployment rate in the county is 2.4%. He said that's 88 people. And he said when you take out the people that are 65 and over and the people that are 18 and under, your universe of people they're just shrinking and shrinking. So he said, what do? He said, I steal them from other businesses. And I have to pay them more, which is obviously, that's a good thing. It raises wages. But we're looking for solutions about how to better use the types of platforms that we have, like Lake Area Technology, and training a workforce with skill sets that are ready for the work, for the needs that we have in the economy today. And I think part of that too is changing the way we think about that. I mean, I know we all say, well, you got to go get a 4-year degree. We all tell our kids that. Well, there are a lot of 2-year degrees that create skill sets that will make people very employable in this economy and make them very good livings. And so how can we lift up and support the work that's being done at a lot of our career and tech ed schools, I think is one of the issues that that we're focused on.
Yeah, great question. Another question.
Hi, Steve Schmidt with T-Mobile Public Sector. Thanks for having us all here today. With the recent 600 megahertz auction, how do you foresee the competition in the wireless landscape benefiting businesses and entities across South Dakota, not only rural, but across the state in general?
Well, I mean, I think that every time there's an auction of spectrum, it seems like it raises a lot of revenue. There's a high level of interest, and I think it's good. I mean, I hope that means there's more competition out there and more people that are playing in that space. And when there's more folks that are involved and more competition, I think it obviously benefits consumers out there ultimately who are going to be the beneficiaries of the work that's being done by a lot of the companies that are making those investments. But what we want to do, I think, is create the conditions that are favorable for investment, try and get as much as we can, streamline the application, citing, permitting process, all the things that you have to go through, make it easier to deal with federal government, federal lands, and then have as many companies out there competing as possible. And it seems like when these spectrum auctions occur, there's a lot of demand for that. I think that ultimately benefits rural areas. I think that you want to have, the more incentive there is to invest in these technologies, the more ultimately that gets felt all across the country. And so we want to make it easier, less expensive, less difficult to invest, put capital out there to deploy broadband technologies, and to create more licensed and unlicensed spectrum to help make that happen. So I think that I'd love to hear your perspective on that too, because I know you guys are active in that space, but it seems to me at least that anytime we can get more competition, more players in the area, the better outcome we're going to get for consumers, because they're going to have more choices and hopefully more affordability.
Mm-hmm, for sure. Next question. Thank you.
Hey, John, this is Mike Klosterman. Thank you for coming. My question's maybe kind of long, but it's somewhat tying into that. We've got this huge giant state, and we're now in the 2017. We've got technology everywhere, and people have the ability to work wherever they have a great internet connection. We have wonderful local telcos and SDN laying fiber everywhere. You got Alliance, ITC, and this area of the state. And one of the things that impacted me personally is I lived at a beautiful acreage over by Arlington, but it was serviced by Quest, and I couldn't get DSL there. So I eventually had to move to some place where I could get fiber. So is there any talk, you know, in the old days when they decided we needed to have electricity throughout the nation, or we'd have pockets of third world countries, we had like rural electrification funds, and we required people to lay, you know, electrical grid all over the country, and same thing with telephone. What are we doing for internet that way that would benefit parts of the state that maybe don't have ITC presence or Alliance presence or something like that?
Well, I mean, there are some programs that are designed to help, and you know, obviously, the Universal Service Fund is one of those, and our challenge is to see that that works well and efficiently in rural areas, and we're constantly trying to refine and tweak how those programs work, generally with input from the telcos here, as you mentioned, who are trying to do the types of things that you're talking about doing. You know, and there are through Department of Agriculture and through USDA, rural development, RUS type funding. There are programs out there, I think, that are designed to deliver the types of services and benefits that you're talking about to rural areas. But we're always looking for ways to make them work better. And so, yeah, yours is an unfortunate situation. I mean, I can't believe you'd have to move because you couldn't get the technology delivered to where you lived before. I hope that's the exception and not the rule around here, but I do know that the telecommunication companies here in South Dakota work very, very hard to find solutions and try and work with the programs that are out there and available to get the most benefit from them, and to be able to deliver services to even those areas in South Dakota where sometimes from just a purely economic standpoint, it's very hard to make it work. But it's a work in progress. So we're constantly looking for ideas and working with our telco community here in South Dakota to find out what things can we be doing and what things can we be changing that would make it easier to build out broadband, and whether that, again, that's you know, hardline or whether that's a wireless technology. We want to make sure that every place in South Dakota can access it. And there are places that you know, obviously you can't. There are cell phone free zones and internet free zones across the state where, and once in a while it's okay for me to be in one of those because
eventually they'll become vacation destinations.
They'll become vacation destinations, but you know, you can travel parts of our state now where you know, we kind of take it for granted if you live in a community where you have access to high-speed internet services, but there are a lot of places in South Dakota that still don't. And so we want to make sure that no matter where you live, you can do business in South Dakota, and that means we've got to make that investment. And so we're always looking for ideas about that.
Any other questions? None? I'm not seeing them. No? Okay. Last call. All right. Well, with that, will you please help me thank Senator Thune for being here today and for his leadership and service? Thank you.
Thanks, Jodi.
And that concludes the formal part of the program today. So on behalf of your sponsors, at&t, the South Dakota Chamber of Commerce, and SDN Communications, we want to thank you for your attendance. The outdoor exhibits will remain open for another couple hours. Some amazing technology on display out there, so if you've not had a chance to take a look at that, please make sure and do so. Thank you so much for coming today.